The court calls State of Wisconsin versus Stephen Avery, case number 05CA381. We're here this morning for the continuation of the trial in this matter. Will the parties state their appearances for the record, please?
Good morning, Judge. The state appears by Calumet County DA Ken Kratz, Assistant Attorney General Tom Fallon, Assistant DA Norm Gunn, appearing as special prosecutors.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Jerome and Dean Strang appearing with Mr. Avery today.
All right. I believe when we left yesterday, the state had completed its direct examination of Officer Tyson, and the defense will begin cross-examination today. First, the witness here.
Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
William Tyson, Tyson.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Let me start right off by directing your attention to November 5th, the first arrival of the scene, okay? Remember that?
Yes, sir.
You testified yesterday that you arrived at, I believe, about 2:45. It was about 5 minutes to 3 by the time you got up to where the RAV4 was located. Does that fit with your recollection?
Correct.
All right. And I don't know if you need to refresh your recollection with your report. Just let me know if you do, okay?
Okay.
But from what I understand, it appears that you left that area at 3:10 p.m., just 15 minutes later.
Correct.
You were called back to the command center to do some other assignments.
Correct.
And during that 15 minutes, when you first arrived, was the RAV4 covered with a tarp or was it uncovered?
It was uncovered.
Okay, but during that 15 minutes is the period of time when the tarps were put over the RAV. Isn't that right?
Yes, they were attempting to get the tarp in place.
Okay. And you testified about that, and you were actually one of the people who helped put it over the RAV4?
I never physically touched the tarp. I did assist with getting some objects, I believe, from a vehicle that was right next to it.
Okay.
To secure it down to prevent it from blowing away.
Okay. So you were just helping as others were building this, like tent-like object over the RAV?
That would be accurate, yes.
Okay. And you were taking extreme care. Everybody was taking extreme care so that the tarp wouldn't actually touch the RAV4 itself.
Yes, all of the officers were very conscious of that fact.
So there was space around it underneath the tarp, right?
They were trying to do the best they could do to make sure that the top of the vehicle was not touched by the tarp.
Okay. And that was completed. That operation of putting the tarp over it was completed by the time you were called away to the command center, right?
They were still working on it when I was relieved of my duties. There were some issues, the winds were picking up. I know they were trying their best to get that situated. I don't believe, to the best of my recollection, that was totally finished by the time I was released.
Okay. But largely covered, being able to weigh it down still. Is that the gist of it?
I think that would be accurate.
Making some adjustments, perhaps?
That would be accurate.
Okay, so if we heard other testimony that showed that the RAV4 was still completely covered with the tarp at 4:16 p.m., that would mean that for at least 1 hour, that RAV4 was covered. Would that be right?
Yeah, it was, like I said, I left at 10 minutes after 3. They were still doing some adjustments to it. So yeah, if you heard testimony at 10 after 4, I was not down there, so I don't know for sure.
So you never went back to that site?
Correct.
The rest of that night, you never went back to see the RAV4 yourself?
I believe later on in the evening, after the canine dogs had searched the area, I was down in that area, but not near the RAV4. I was down by the pond area and through the lanes, but never really directly by the RAV.
By the way, can you tell me when you first saw Lieutenant Lenk at the Avery salvage that day?
My recollection, the first time I saw Lieutenant Lenk would have been up at the command center on top of the hill.
All right. Well, would you have been the first, would that have been the first time you got there, or would that have been later? Which time?
It would have been after I cleared from the Toyota RAV. We were up at the command center. There were officers who I did not know at the time. I never met those officers, so I was introduced of those officers.
Okay, so around 3:15 or so is when you think you were introduced to Lieutenant Lenk up at that command center.
I can't be sure if it was on scene immediately when I got there or if he showed up a half an hour later. I really don't know for sure what time he showed up on scene.
Okay, what about Sergeant Colborn?
Same would apply to him. I never met Sergeant Colborn before, so I don't know who he was. I was introduced to him, but I can't be certain what time they actually showed up at the scene.
All right. Now, when you first arrived at the RAV4 location at approximately 3 o'clock, you were actually the first Calumet officer to relieve any Manitowoc officer from security in that immediate area, right?
That's my understanding.
All right. So that if the first officers, Manitowoc officers, arrived at about 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., that means the first 4 hours that vehicle was in that location, Calumet was not securing it. Manitowoc was securing it, right?
I don't know exactly who was securing it. All I know is I believe the Manitoba County deputy. If there were other DCI officers there, I really don't know.
So you don't know what happened before you came. You just know as far as Calumet goes, Calumet officers, you were there first.
That's what I was told.
All right. Now, when you went to the command post the first time, when you first checked in at 2:45 or so, you had were you introduced to who was in charge at that point?
No, my recollection is when I arrived with Deputy Bass, I was met by Investigator Wiegert and Steyer, and they informed me to respond directly down into the junkyard area. I don't believe I got out and socialized with the group at all. It was just, you need to go down there and take care of whatever they need your assistance with.
So you weren't told at that time about this decision to transfer authority away from Manitowoc to Calumet County, or were you?
I was not.
All right. That didn't come until later when you went back to the command post and were given some search assignments.
Yes,
And you've been with Calumet for how long?
approximately 15 years.
So you're pretty familiar with the officers in the other deputies and sergeants and detectives on your staff, right?
Right.
And you know which ones are evidence collection people and which ones aren't, right?
Yes,
Some have training in that and some don't, right?
correct.
But in your department, you mentioned yourself that you had had some kind of training or experience since 1994.
Yes.
Let me go through a list of some people and see if these aren't evidence collection qualified members of your department, all right?
Okay.
Deputy Kucharski,
Yes.
Deputy Reimer,
Yes.
Investigator Wiegert.
I don't believe Investigator Wiegert ever had any evidence
Really?
technician class. He did some work with arsons and things like that. He was an arson investigator. He did collect all the evidence at arson scenes.
What about Detective Dietering?
I don't believe Detective Dietering ever had the official evidence class. He may have had some on the job training from other officers, but officially I can't testify that he did.
Okay. Gary Steyer,
Yes.
Jeremy Hawkins.
Yes.
How about Wendy Baldwin?
I don't believe she had any evidence technician training.
And any other evidence technician training officers that you can think of on your force?
Yes.
Who?
Keith Risto and Nick Sablich.
Okay, so Risto, Sablich, Hawkins, Steyer, Reimer, Kucharski, and yourself?
Maybe a correction on that. Deputy Sablich didn't obtain his training until after the Avery case, the initial time on scene. He first went through the class after that.
All right. So we'll take one away. 6, right? 6 evidence qualified technicians just on the Calumet Sheriff's Department, right?
That would be correct, with the exception that, like investigator Steyer, for example, when you're promoted to like an investigator position, you have different responsibilities. He doesn't do, not called out to things like that for crime scenes for that part, but he is more of an investigator than an evidence collector.
Well, hold on just 1 second there, sir. Let's fast forward here to March 1st and 2nd here for a second. Who was the officer who was collecting evidence on those 2 days?
Inside the residence, it was myself.
And inside the garage was Gary Steyer, was it not?
He was present. I'm not sure what his responsibilities were in the garage.
Well, we'll deal with him later. Anyway, moving back, so there's 6 officers on your force who were evidence collection qualified on November 5th, right?
Correct.
And we also know the very next day you went out with a team of Manitowoc City Police by the name of Jeff Tech, T-E-C-H,
Correct.
Brian Swetlick,
Correct.
and Robert Block,
Correct.
and all of whom were evidence collection technicians for that department, right?
I didn't know what their qualifications were. It was explained to me when I first was introduced to them that Brian Swetlick was a detective sergeant, and Jeff Tech was a detective, and Rob Block was a patrol officer and evidence collection
Right.
officer.
And they were part of your team the very next day.
Yes.
And they were going around and they were collecting evidence, right?
Yes.
And you wouldn't let somebody collect evidence who wasn't trained to do so, would you?
Well, I wasn't in charge of calling those people to assist me. If the investigators felt comfortable with them, they would have made that decision. They would know better than I would at that time that their qualifications were. I trusted the decisions that were being made at the command center.
All right, sir. So you watched those 3 officers all day when you were with them, right?
Which day?
November 6th. That's the Manitowoc officers that were having a little dispute about here, Mr. Tech, Swetlick, and Block.
I was with them.
You were with them. You never had any concerns about whether they were collecting evidence properly, did you?
I had no concerns of their abilities.
So those 3 were competent evidence collection people, right?
They appear to be, yes.
Okay. So in addition to those 2 departments, there were numerous other law enforcement officers on site on November 5th. Isn't that right?
I'm going to object, Judge. We're assuming a fact that's not in evidence. Mr. Buting is assuming that those 3 officers were there on the 5th. Perhaps you should ask that question before who else was on site on the 5th.
All right, Mr. Buting, I will ask you to rephrase.
All right. You don't know who all was on site, but you know some of the officers on site.
Yes.
You know that there were numerous departments represented on site on the 5th, right?
Yes, there were several.
Okay. And you knew that there were crime lab specialists on site on November 5th, right?
Yes.
You didn't have any decision-making responsibility yourself as to how these teams were put together.
That is correct.
So specifically, when you went back to the command post at around 3:15 or 3:30 on November 5th, that's the time when you were given the assignment to go search places. You were paired up with Lenk, Colborn, and Remaker.
No,
That came later?
that came later.
That's right. You went out with some dogs for a while, right?
Well, at 3 o'clock, when I got back, they were orchestrating teams to go to the initial entries into the residences. My responsibility was to find out who was going with who, document the times as they reported back. So when the deputies or our officers returned back to the command center, they would check in with me, tell me the times that they did entry, if it was forcible entry, non-forcible entry, and the time that they exited the residence. So I was keeping a log for them, and their times were given to them.
Okay. And those were what we heard earlier described as the sweep searches,
Right.
the brief entries.
Yes.
Okay. Then after that, you had a brief period of time where you were with some dog handlers, right?
I met with the dog handlers, assigned officers to go with the handlers to take their dogs out, yes.
And then you came back, and is that when you were then assigned to go with Lieutenant Lenk, Colborn, and Remaker?
Yes, it was after all that was done.
Now, is that the first time that you, well, let me ask you this. Before November 5th even dawned, did you know about Mr. Avery's lawsuit against Manitowoc County and the Sheriff's Department?
Yes,
And that, would it be fair to say that that was fairly general knowledge among law enforcement officers in the Northeast Wisconsin area?
I don't know if law enforcement officers watch the news like I do, but I was well aware of it. I can't speak for any other officer
All right.
if they were following that story.
So at any rate, before you even got there, you knew about that. And when you were first advised that because of that, the Manitowoc Sheriff had transferred authority over to Calumet.
It was shortly after arriving back at the command post around 3:10. I know that the district attorney from Manitowoc County was there. I believe his name is Mark Rohrer. And our district attorney was there, sheriff, and I think there were some high management people within the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department.
All right. And then when you were given the assignment to go into Mr. Avery's residence, this was about 7:30 p.m. on Saturday evening, November 5th.
Yes, we made entry at 7:30.
Okay. So when you were assigned shortly before that, I assume, right?
Correct.
Who was making that assignment, Mr. Fassbender or Mr. Uyghur?
To tell you the truth, I don't know which one came up with that assignment. I don't know.
Okay. Were they both present?
They were both in the command central area, yes.
All right. And you said on direct that you were advised to watch them. Make sure that none of the Manitowoc officers were alone in the property.
That was the initial instruction from the district attorney of Manitowoc County. He made an announcement to all Manitowoc officers that you are not to be alone on the property, period.
Were you there when that was made?
Yes.
Okay. And so was there a discussion of that again with Mr. Uyghur or Mr. Fassbender when you were signed up, paired up with these three Manitowoc officers?
I don't think that was reiterated. It was well understood.
Well, your assignment inside that trailer, the residence, was to, as I recall, was to not actually do the searching yourself. You were just watching, making notes, documenting, right?
Yes.
And so of the four officers in that little trailer, only the Manitowoc officers were the ones actually doing the searching, right?
Right.
You were doing the watching, right?
I was doing the documentation.
And the watching, right?
Yes.
You never let them out of your eyesight, did you?
I cannot sit up here and look at you guys and tell you that 3 hours inside that residence that I didn't turn my back, walk away, glance away. So I can't say that every second of the close to 3 hours I was making direct eye contact with them or watching every move they made.
Well, you did, I think, at one point describe an incident or moment when, actually, let's put up, counsel, I'm going to need your indulgence on this, please, because I don't have the computer animated diagram. Would you be able to put that up?
I do.
Do we? Let me figure out the exhibit number.
What exhibit numbers, counsel?
We're going to start with 102.
On the Elmo.
Yes. Okay, I'm showing you up on the screen here, Exhibit 101, previously marked. Does that look familiar to you, sir? At least what it depicts?
Appears to be the Steve Avery residence.
And if you could go look at the bedroom area, actually, I'm going to put up a different one to show you that. 104 is next. Okay, do you see that?
Yes.
And is that a representation of the bedroom, back bedroom, Mr. Avery's bedroom, and the hallway bathroom area?
Yes.
All right. I apologize for the delay. But I believe you said at one point you were watching them so carefully that Mr. Lenk, Lieutenant Lenk, walked out of the bedroom into the bathroom area, right?
Correct.
Through this hallway, and you were standing right here at the doorway while they were searching, right?
Originally, yes.
In other words, this bedroom really wasn't even big enough for 4 grown men to be walking around and doing things in, was it?
With the bed, as I previously had testified, Detective Remiker and Lieutenant Lenk were by the closet area. Sergeant Colborn was up by the desk and bookcase area.
All right. So you were indicating the lower part of the
Yes,
is the closet, lower part of this screen here. And the upper is the desk bookcase area.
yes, correct.
And you were standing in the door?
Just inside the doorway.
Just inside the doorway, right. Okay. But you mentioned that when Lieutenant Lenk went out into the bathroom, you repositioned yourself in the doorway so you could see him in the bathroom and those in the bedroom, right?
Yes,
You were keeping an eye on what was going on with Mr. Lenk and Lieutenant Lenk and the other officers.
I would say I was positioning myself to see if they had located any evidence.
Well, and you were also trying to abide by the directive that Manitowoc officers should not be alone in any of this property, right?
It was more of a documentation type thing. I mean, I did not treat these guys like I did not trust them, okay?
Well, let me ask you this, sir. You know that the district attorneys told those officers not to be alone on any property, right?
Mischaracterization, Judge. He said the Manitowoc County District Attorney. If he could rephrase the question.
I don't particularly care which district attorney. It's a district attorney, all right? You knew that.
Yes,
You knew that it was important to the prosecution or some attorneys on site that these officers not be alone anywhere on that Avery property, right?
yes,
And you knew that this was Mr. Avery's trailer,
yes,
and that if anything, of all the places that they should not be alone, it would be in Mr. Avery's trailer, right?
we did not know that on that day.
Mr. Avery was the one who was suing them, right? You knew that.
I was aware of that fact, yes.
You knew that. That's right. And you knew that's why Manitowoc recused themselves or transferred over authority to Calumet, right?
Yes,
It was because of this man right here, right?
I believe that's correct.
And it was this man right here's trailer that you were in.
Yes,
And so that of all places, you knew was important that you make sure that these Manitowoc officers not be alone.
correct.
And so you kept an eye on them, didn't you?
I was watching what they were doing, yes.
Had you ever, in any other search in your entire career, had to act like a babysitter or a watchdog for the officers who were conducting a search?
I did not treat this as if I was babysitting.
Had you ever, in any of your years as an officer, had to watch the officers who were searching where you were to make sure they weren't alone?
No,
This was a first for you, wasn't it?
yes,
And you made sure, because you were the watchdog here, you were the custodian, the representative of Calumet. You made sure that none of those officers could have planted anything, right?
I watched them to the best of my ability within those 3 hours.
And to the best of your ability meant you did everything you could to make sure that they knew they were being watched and that they couldn't plant any evidence if they wanted to.
They were told the same instructions that I were, that I was going into that residence to document and recover all evidence that was seized.
Well, and you did a good job doing that, didn't you?
I believe to the best of my ability, yes.
All right. And would you agree with me that would have been very difficult for Lieutenant Lenk or Sergeant Colborn to have planted a Toyota key in that residence under your watch?
I believe it would have been difficult.
Extremely difficult, right?
It would have been difficult, yes.
Because you were watching them.
To the best of my ability, yes.
Did you ever suggest to Mr. Fassbender or Mr. Wiegert that maybe you would like to have some of your own officers in there doing this search that night to Mr. Avery's residence?
We didn't have all those officers that you mentioned at the scene that day.
Well, you could call them in, right?
They were in charge of making those decisions. I didn't know what information they were privy to.
You were off duty, right? You weren't working that day.
I don't recall if that was my scheduled day or not.
I believe that was your testimony.
I was at home when I got the phone call.
So you were called in.
Yes.
And there's no reason that other officers that we went through that were evidence collection officers on your force also couldn't have been called in for this assignment, was there?
Objection. Both argumentative and assuming a fact, not an evidence. This officer wouldn't know that.
I will withdraw it. So your testimony then is that you never questioned Fassbender or Wiegert about their decision
Absolutely not.
to send Manitowoc officers in.
I did not question them or doubt their judgments, no.
Of course, they outrank you, don't they? They were the leaders of this entire investigation at that time, right?
Yes.
And you take orders from them.
That's the way I look at it, yes.
I'm going to take this down. You testified about a number of these exhibits that you found, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you found this bottle of bleach with it, which is exhibit 195 in the bathroom. Is that right?
I didn't find it. That was recovered by Deputy Reimer.
On a different search then.
I believe so.
Wasn't even recovered on November 5th.
I don't believe so.
Okay, but your testimony was that it was found in the bathroom.
I recall seeing a bleach bottle in the bathroom. If that's the very same exact one, I believe it was.
All right. Showing you exhibit 206 and 207. Could you take a minute and just orient yourself with that and tell me what those are?
Sure. Number 207 appears to be the washing machine in the bathroom.
In the bathroom, right. And what is 206?
206 would be the sink in the bathroom.
Okay. And this is the bathroom in Stephen Avery's residence, right?
Yes.
Putting up exhibit 207 in just a moment here. That's what you have identified as Mr. Avery's bathroom, right?
Yes.
And you note the floor, the tiling, linoleum on the floor, the hamper. Does that appear to be a shower in the background there?
Yes.
So when you say that you found or that someone found a bottle of bleach in the bathroom, it was actually in the laundry room, right?
If you want to consider that front area to be a laundry room, sure.
Well, that's where the washer and dryer is, right?
Yes, but it's part of the bathroom.
Okay.
It's not in the hallway.
Would it surprise you to find a bottle of household bleach in someone's bathroom?
No.
Do you have bleach in your bathroom?
I believe it's under the sink in the kitchen.
Okay. But certainly bleach is where the laundry room is where people use bleach, isn't it?
Yes.
Typically.
Yes.
And no bleach was found in the garage, was it?
I don't know. I never searched the garage.
I'm putting up now on the screen 206, which is the other side of Mr. Avery's bathroom, right?
Yes.
You recognize the floor, the linoleum, and the hamper sitting here.
Yes.
I'm just going to zoom in on this for a minute. You see a toothbrush?
Yes.
Do you see more than one toothbrush?
I see the one.
All right. And razor. Looks like a razor?
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to this again in a minute, but you mentioned buccal swabs. You know what buccals are, right?
I didn't know on that day. When I go to the hospital, it was explained.
All right. So now you know what buccal swabs are.
Yes,
And buccal swabs are basically like a Q-tip that you take and swab inside someone's mouth, their cheeks.
yes,
And from that, you get DNA samples, right?
yes.
And it's a very good way of collecting DNA, correct?
That's what they tell me, yes.
Much like a toothbrush would be, right?
I don't know what the capabilities are from a toothbrush.
Well, you know that people put toothbrushes in their mouth all the time, right?
With toothpaste, yes.
Okay. And so that it would be a fertile source of one's DNA.
Objection, Judge. Beyond the scope of this witness's expertise.
The objection is sustained.
Did you ever work any missing person cases besides this?
Yes,
Did you ever have to go to the missing person's house to try to get some personal items that might have their DNA on it for future use?
I don't think it ever got to that level.
Never got to, in your personal experience.
Yeah, they were located prior to a full-blown investigation.
Okay, sure. All right. I'm showing you what I believe is previously marked in your direct as 163. Does that appear right?
Yes,
And that's a photograph of Mr. Avery's bedroom that was taken on the night of November 5th, right?
I believe so.
And you can see the gun rack that you just identified, right?
Yes,
And there's some sort of a firearm in the lower tier of that right in this photo, right?
yes.
That's a black muzzleloader.
I never identify what type of firearm.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you know guns, and frankly, I don't know them that well at all. But this thing that hanging down there, do you know what that is?
I believe they refer to that as a powder horn.
A powder horn. So that's what you used, presumably with a powder rifle to load it, right?
I don't own one. I would assume that would probably be correct.
Okay. I just want to be clear. That's not some sort of bizarre sexual device or anything, is it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Or any kind of torture device, right?
I don't believe so.
All right. Well, just in case not everybody knows that, I wanted to make that clear. You did mention finding some handcuffs and leg irons, right?
Sergeant Colborn found those items, yes.
But you were watching and taking note.
Yes,
I believe on direct you testified that it was found in the bookcase. In fact, it was found on a nightstand. Isn't that right?
I believe it was the bookcase.
You wrote a report of your investigation that day, right?
Yes,
Would that refresh your recollection if you took a moment to review that?
I think I know where you're going with this, and I don't think I need to see it. When I did my report, what is now known as the bookcase, I looked at it to be the nightstand. I would use it as a nightstand myself. So in my report, I did refer to it as being a nightstand.
Okay, all right. So you cleared that up. At any rate, these handcuffs and leg irons, these are novelty items that are sold at places like Intimate Treasures and things of that nature, right?
Yes, you can get them from stores, I guess.
And they are meant for consenting adults for whatever kind of experimenting or play they may do, right?
Objection, Judge. I'm sure they have a lot of uses.
Well, I think if he knows, he can testify as to what he understands their intended use to be, if he knows.
It's the term consenting adults that I have objection with.
Well, I think he can tell us what is it? What is it?
It could be unconsenting adults as well.
Well, that's something you can take up on redirect.
Isn't that right? I mean, they are sold at these adult novelty type places where their intended use is consenting adults engaged in whatever kind of role playing or whatever, right?
Sure.
Okay. And I'm going to put back up that photograph from number 163 again. There's a headboard in that photograph, right?
Yes.
And that headboard was later seized by somebody and put into your department's property room, right?
Yes.
And there came a time when you and some other officers took that headboard out from the property room to examine it, right?
That would be myself and Deputy Hawkins.
And also Mr. Fassbender, correct?
Not originally, I don't think.
Well, did you do a report of that day?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection if you reviewed that?
Sure.
Page 936. This report, by the way, has
Yes.
Deputy Jeremy Hawkins' name on it.
Right.
It reads as if it was written by you.
It is written by me. It was a typo by the secretarial staff.
Okay. And it says, just take a minute and review that, those first two paragraphs, and then we'll,
I know where you're going with this as well.
okay. So you don't need to review it.
I don't believe so.
All right. Then I will put it aside and ask you some questions. This is Monday, April 3rd, right? 2006?
That would be the second day that we looked at the headboard. The first day we looked at it, the headboard would have been March 28th.
Okay. Well, we're talking about this day.
Okay, that was the confusion then when you mentioned
All right.
Fassbender.
All right. I understand. So I apologize for that. On this day, though, you did have a meeting with actually Sheriff Poggle, right? Mark Wiegert, John Dietering, and Mr. Fassbender,
Yes,
Special Agent Fassbender.
yes.
And a decision was made for you and Deputy Hawkins to take a very good look at the headboard, right?
We had looked at it previously, which is why we had consulted with those persons to get further direction.
All right. And so you took it out and put it on freezer paper, examined it like any other piece of evidence, right?
Yes,
And didn't you, in fact, note from your observations that we could not see any striations around the spindles of the headboard, consistent with that of having handcuffs or leg irons secured to the spindles of the headboard?
that would be correct.
Meaning you looked very, very closely at these spindles depicted in Exhibit 163 on the headboard and saw no scratches. When you say striations, you mean scratches, right?
Yes,
Scratches you might see from somebody who is chained, arms out to that headboard, right?
correct.
Somebody struggling for their life, you would expect to see some scratches.
I would think so.
And you saw none, right?
Nothing consistent with it going around the
All right.
entire spindle.
Going back for just one moment, Sergeant Colborn, you mentioned was, you can take that back, please. Sergeant Colborn, you mentioned, was searching the desk and bookcase area.
Yes,
And at no time did Sergeant Colborn ever say, hey, look at this. The back of this bookcase is loose.
no,
Well, there's a gap here, right?
no. I never saw him physically go behind and look at it. He was going through the contents inside.
And he never mentioned, and you never saw the back of that moving as he was going through, right?
No,
Okay. You mentioned some small blood drops or blood stains that were found in Mr. Avery's bathroom. Do you recall that?
yes.
Are you aware that none of those drops of blood ever proved to be Miss
I was told that. I read a report.
All right. In fact, that no blood anywhere from Teresa Halbach was found on any of these bloodstains you made note of that night.
I was told that, yes.
Okay, so do you know whose they did turn out to be?
I can testify.
Well, we'll get to that. You testified about this exhibit 200, which is an envelope that was found.
Yes.
You saw this recovered?
I don't believe that was recovered on the 5th of November during the initial search.
Oh, okay. But you identified it, so you must have recognized it as an identifier.
I saw it, yes.
You saw it. Okay. And the letter is from, put the Elmo back on, please. The letter is from UW-Madison Law School, right?
Yes.
The envelope itself?
Yes.
And it actually contained a letter from the law school dated November 1st, 2005, right?
Yes.
And it's an invitation.
Objection, hearsay, Judge.
Well, this has been introduced as an exhibit.
I don't care. It's hearsay, Judge. It's being offered for the truth of the matter.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Thank you, Judge.
You also introduced a number of notebooks.
Yes.
Just for the record, 199, 197, and 198, right?
Yes.
And these are pocket notebooks, right?
Yes.
We only talked about the one page here that had Teresa Halbach's number on it, right?
Yes.
But in fact, all or most of those notebooks have numerous other phone numbers on them, don't they? Need to look through them?
I never paged through them, so
Well, take just a moment. Tell me if you see other people's phone numbers, names, things of that nature jotted down.
I would like to also clarify something in reference to my testimony yesterday as well. These two notebooks right here, I did see them on the night of the 5th. Detective Remaker was looking at them. I'm not sure if my testimony yesterday was that he collected them, but reviewing my stuff, he didn't collect these on the night of the 5th. A different officer would have collected these on a day thereafter. I just wanted to correct that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. And when you say these, just so the record is clear, you were holding up Exhibit 199, the red notebook,
And 197.
and 197, the green notebook. Okay. Just take a moment and see if there are other phone numbers and names in some of these.
Okay.
Is that a fair statement?
I see numerous different phone numbers, but it's in somebody's handwriting.
Well, are you a handwriting expert, sir?
Well, it's obviously not one that had the same writing on it there.
Can you identify whose handwriting it is? Back to the door?
No.
But there are different phone numbers. So if these are as if someone was using these to just jot down phone numbers and names, right?
Objection, speculation. I'm sure counsel doesn't want us to read everything that's in that notebook. It's hearsay, Judge, and it's speculation.
You can read every one of them if you want to.
It is a fair summary question based on what he already testified to. I will allow it.
The exhibit that has the note that has Teresa Halbach's phone number in it. Well, first of all, it's not torn out from that notebook, right?
Correct.
Not as if this was posted on the door as a note for somebody, is it?
Objection, speculation, Judge.
Do you see any tape on it? Scotch tape?
I'm going to allow the question.
I don't see any tape.
Okay.
And
there's two different colored inks. Two, correct?
yes.
Her phone number is in green ink, and this other, whatever this other writing means, is in a different color ink.
Back to patio door is in black.
Okay, and if was written at a different time.
Objection, speculation, Judge.
Sustained.
You also introduced a sign, a for sale sign that I don't see that exhibit number here, but I will show it to you. All right, 194. This is on one side, it has a for sale sign like you would buy at a hardware store or something, right?
Yes.
It's got 1995 Pontiac Grand Am listed, right?
Yes.
And then on the back, it has got some other writing, 3302 Xander Road, correct?
Correct.
And then it's got the phone number here that turns out to be Teresa Halbach's cell phone number, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that Teresa Halbach never lived at 3302 Xander Road?
I'm not aware of any significance to the address.
So as far as you know, there's no connection whatsoever between this address and that phone number, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that, or you do know that?
I do not know that.
Now, you do know, I assume, that Teresa Halbach had seen Mr. Avery on several occasions before October 31st.
I was told that by Investigator Wiegert in advance.
Okay, part of your briefing, right?
Yes.
They sit down and they explain some of the background, so you know what's going on, right?
Yes.
Okay, and in fact, before October 31st, Mr. Avery and Teresa Halbach's phone number already, because he had arranged a private sale with her. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall him having her cell phone number. What time he had it, I don't know that information.
So you didn't know that information. Okay. But if that were the case, finding her phone number in his house in November or trailer on November 5th would have meant nothing, would it?
Objection, Judge. Calls for a conclusion. That's probably what the jury.
The objection is sustained.
Well, when you collected those pieces of evidence, you didn't know when those notes, phone numbers were written, right?
Detective Remaker collected them, but I did not know when they were written.
All right. They could have been written weeks ago, for all you know.
True.
By the way, you said you weren't collecting the evidence. You were just standing there watching and writing down notes as to the times that things were collected.
Yes.
But the actual collection itself was done by, or the bagging was done by Lieutenant Lenk.
Yes.
Did you watch him seal every single bag?
I can't say with 100% certainty every single bag, but he was doing his duties. I was there, yes.
Okay. So when you say that ultimately you collected the evidence, it was at the end of that night,
Yes.
after all the bags were sealed and completed, right?
Yes.
Then it's turned over to you.
Yes.
All right. And you never saw a Toyota key anywhere in Mr. Avery's bedroom that night, did you?
I did not, no.
And if you had seen a Toyota key anywhere in that bedroom that night, you would have made note of that, wouldn't you?
Personally, I would not have known that a Toyota key looked like. I'm not too familiar with automobiles and their keys.
Well, all right. Let me ask it this way. You knew that Teresa Halbach's vehicle was a Toyota RAV4.
Yes.
You went and looked at it, right?
Yes.
And so if someone had located a car key inside that residence, you would have either seized it or at least made note of it as possible evidence in the case, right?
Absolutely.
Particularly if it was a Toyota key, because that may be the key that would fit the victim's vehicle.
Absolutely.
And you made no such note, right?
Correct.
And you stood in the doorway for at least a half hour
Yes.
of his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. I just have one question about this, another exhibit here, and then I'll move off of these exhibits. You identified exhibit 205 as a hood latch swab, right?
Yes,
I just want to make sure it's clear here. This is actually a swab that's dated, or a piece of evidence that's dated April 3rd, 2006.
that's correct.
And that it was collected not at the crime lab.
Correct.
So whatever is in this little package is not something that the crime lab found when they went over it very, very carefully on November 8th or 7th, whatever day they had it, right?
I was just informed that they did request myself and Deputy Hawkins to
Who requested?
Investigator Wiegert.
Okay, so Investigator Wiegert told you to go do this, right?
Yes,
All right, let's move on. Let's move to the next day, November 6th. You were paired with a different team on that day, right?
yes,
And we talked about that. Those were the 3 Manitowoc City police officers.
right,
And you weren't given any kind of instruction that you had to watch those 3 officers like a hawk while you were doing the search, did you?
right,
There was no concern about whether or not you had to leave those officers in any part of the buildings that we're looking at, right?
right.
Because Mr. Avery wasn't suing them, right?
To the best of my knowledge.
All right. And then the next day, November 7th, you were paired again with Lenk and Colborn, right?
That's correct.
But not Detective Remiker on this occasion.
His wife was having a baby, or had a baby.
Okay, good for him, good for her. So on that occasion, though, you didn't do a thorough search with Lenk and Colborn of Mr. Avery's residence, right?
That's correct.
The 2 of them were only in that residence briefly with you when you were trying to get a serial number from a computer, right?
Yes,
Just a few minutes, I think you said.
yes,
So it would have been difficult for them to have planted any evidence in front of you at that occasion, on that occasion, right?
yes.
And besides, they were with you, the watchdog, right?
I wouldn't call myself a watchdog, but they were with me, yes.
Okay. And no key was discovered on that occasion, was it?
By the computer? No.
Anywhere in the house?
We didn't search the house. We just got the serial number from the computer.
So no key, no Toyota key was recovered on November 7th when you were in there with Mr. Colborn and Mr. Lenk, right?
No key was recovered from the computer by the computer, no.
All right. November 8th, I believe you testified that you weren't even at the Avery salvage yard on that day, right?
Not until late in the day. I was at the Calumet Sheriff's Department logging evidence.
So the watchdog wasn't there.
Judge, I am going to object. We hear that, Judge. One more time, we're going to approach with a sidebar.
The objection is sustained.
In any event, you were not with Mr. Lenk and Mr. Colborn when they re-entered Stephen Avery's residence on November 8th, were you?
That's correct.
And that is the occasion when a key was found, right?
That is my understanding.
When you weren't with them.
That is my understanding.
November 9th, you testified about having some different duties, and that was the DNA exemplars were taken from people, right?
Yes,
And fingerprints were taken,
yes,
and palm prints were taken.
yes,
And those items were taken for the purpose of trying to see if they might match with some fingerprints that the crime lab had found on the RAV4. Is that your understanding?
I had no information as to what the crime lab had found at the time. We were just executing a search warrant based on the specific information within those search warrants.
All right. And the search warrant included taking those buccal swabs from each individual that had been, well, let me just name the ones you were involved with, okay? Was Mr. Avery one of them? He was, wasn't he?
Yes,
Yes. You testified about that.
Yes.
Also Dolores Avery, right?
Yes.
Barb Yonda,
Yes.
Chuck Avery,
Yes.
Earl Avery,
Yes.
and Bobby Dassey.
Yes.
And these are what are called elimination type exemplars,
Yes.
to see if you can eliminate somebody from something that may be found in a crime scene
Yes.
or match them.
Sure.
Okay, and it included DNA fingerprints and palm prints for all of them, right?
Yes.
But at the end of that day, though, you received information from a special agent, Joseph Kapitny, I believe is the way you pronounce his name.
Yes.
And the crime lab only wanted the palm prints of and fingerprints of Mr. Stephen Avery right away.
Immediately. Yes.
And so efforts were made to transfer Stephen Avery's palm prints and fingerprints immediately to the crime lab, right?
Agent Capitani approached me and stated those words that the crime lab wanted those items immediately. I did give them to him. He signed off on the document
Okay.
for those items.
So he went off to crime lab, as far as you know, with those items.
He left the Aurora clinic. I assume, yeah, he was en route to Madison.
But all the other ones you took and just booked into Calumet Sheriff's Department.
Yes.
Do you know the result of any of the comparisons of fingerprints, Mr. Avery's fingerprint standards, to any fingerprints found on the RAV4?
No.
I'm also going to object as beyond the scope of this witness's expertise, probably hearsay as well.
I wasn't asking for the results. I just wondered if he knew it.
It seems like that was the question. Do you know the results?
As phrased, the objection is overruled.
He answered, "That's fine." All right, just a few more questions, sir. We talked about this April 3rd date when you were, I think your report called it processing evidence, right?
Yes.
And there was actually a number of days, you mentioned one in March, but there was a number of days over the next several weeks, March, April, May, when you were going through various items that had been seized from Mr. Avery's residence or garage, and one of the searches, either November or March, right?
Yes.
And your purpose in going through these items of evidence was to see if there was any way you could determine if any of those items of evidence had any link or importance to this crime, right?
Yes.
And so you were doing things like testing, examining it for blood, items for blood, right?
Yes.
The bleach bottle,
Yeah.
for instance, that's been marked as whatever exhibit it was. This was one of the things that you had examined to see if there might be any blood on it, right?
Yes.
Just a little brown mark on the bottom somewhere that you weren't sure about.
Right.
This is exhibit 195. And so you tested this with these presumptive tests that are very sensitive to blood, right?
Yes.
And it proved negative, right?
Correct.
No blood. All right. You also looked at footboards for the bed, right?
Yes.
You looked at a number of pieces of brown paneling, right?
Yes.
Paneling marked number 1, number 2, number 3, and each of those was negative for any kind of blood, right?
Correct.
And it's your understanding these are the panels taken off the walls of Mr. Avery's bedroom, right?
Yes.
No blood, correct?
We did not find any.
And there's also some molding, wooden molding, also taken from his room somewhere.
Yes.
Tested for blood, negative, right?
Right.
There was also some paint thinner cans that apparently were recovered from the garage. Do you recall that?
I recall examining them. Yes.
You weren't there when they were seized, but you examined them,
Yes,
and it was determined that those cans had no evidentiary value whatsoever, right?
we did some presumptive tests on them, I believe, and I got negative results, correct?
And there was also some gas tank or a number of gas cans, and I guess some snowmobile gas tanks, other things like that nature.
Correct.
You tested all of those, right?
Yeah, we swabbed a lot of those gas cans. Anything that we saw that was suspicious, we will do.
And they were all negative.
Yes,
No blood, right? Then you also took, and this would have been on May 1st, a piece of carpeting that was ripped up out of the whole hallway of Mr. Avery's residence, right?
it was a small piece of carpeting that was correct, cut from the entrance door by the bathroom to the entrance to the bedroom.
Okay. In that hallway right outside his bedroom?
Yes,
Okay. And you actually did a luminol.
yes,
And we've heard testimony about luminol. I'm not going to go over it in detail, but that's something that can highlight anything that is of, could be blood, could be a lot of other things, right?
yes.
And you found no heavy concentrations anywhere in the carpet indicating any drops of blood had fallen, right?
There was no pattern, nothing that was consistent with what you were talking about, correct?
All right. And you even looked at the back of that carpet, right?
Yes,
That was actually a later date, June 23rd, right?
I don't recall that.
You were told to pull the carpeting out of, I'm sorry, this was a different piece of carpeting.
Okay, that would be consistent.
Okay. You pull the carpeting that was ripped out of the bedroom of Mr. Avery, right?
Yes,
And you actually looked at the back of it,
yes,
the backside, and you did presumptive tests for blood
yes,
and found nothing.
correct.
No blood.
Nothing consistent with blood, correct.
You also, a number of times, I won't go into all of them, but there are a number of knives, kitchen knives, pocket knives, things like that that were seized either in the residence or in the garage, right?
Yes,
And you looked at all of those, right?
were sent to the crime lab. Some we kept at the office and processed ourselves.
All right. And the ones you processed, you looked for blood, right?
Yes,
None, correct?
correct.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Kratz, are you going to be doing redirect?
I am.
How much time do you think?
I think I have 2 questions, Judge. So,
All right, go ahead.
Sergeant Tyson, Mr. Buting asked you about that sign that mentioned a Xander Road address. Do you recall him showing you that?
Yes,
Do you know where that Xander Road address is?
no,
Do you even know if it's in Calumet County?
I heard Xander Road a couple of times on our department radios, Manitoba County either having a crash or something like that. So I'm familiar with Xander Road probably being in Manitoba County. I know it rang a bell, but I don't know where it is.
Something a Manitowoc officer might be better able to answer.
Yes,
And lastly, Mr. Buting asked you about somebody relieving you from the scene security, that is, from watching over the SUV. Do you remember those questions?
yes.
Do you remember what department relieved you? In other words, the scene security from the point that you took over. Thereafter, do you know what department was responsible?
Calumet County Sheriff's Department.
I think that's all I have for redirect.
No questions.
Very well. The witness is excused, and at this time we'll take a morning break. Members of the jury again do not discuss the case amongst yourselves during the break. We'll resume in about 15 minutes.
Your Honor, could I move 206 and 207 into evidence?
Any objection?
No,
They are admitted. Mr. Kratz, at this time you may call your next witness.
State will call Andrew Colborn to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Andrew L. Colborn, Colborn.
You don't have to be quite so close. Mr. Colborn, can you tell us, how are you employed, please?
I'm a patrol sergeant with the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Since 1996.
Prior to 1996, what did you do?
Well, I was a corrections officer from 1992 to 1994, also with the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department.
What does a corrections officer do?
A corrections officer is a non-sworn, non-law enforcement officer that is a responsibility for security of the jail.
All right. How was it that you became a sworn law enforcement officer?
Well, when a position opened up at the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, I did perform the state written test, performed an agility test, went on an eligibility list, and eventually I was selected.
What are your current duties with the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department?
I'm an assistant shift commander for the noon to 8 shift, so I have some administrative duties and then I have some patrol duties.
Prior to being selected as a law enforcement officer, did you have any prior duties in your prior life that in any way prepared you for being a law enforcement officer?
No.
Sergeant, you hold the rank of sergeant,
Yes, sir.
and in early November of 2005, did you hold that same rank?
Yes, sir.
What were your duties back in early November of 2005?
Essentially the same duties that I hold today. I was a patrol supervisor I work a 6-day on, the 3-day off rotation. So on the days that the lieutenant that's assigned to the shift is off, I would be the shift commander.
So you have supervisory responsibilities as well?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct your attention to November 3rd of 2005. Ask if you were employed on that evening.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what your duties were on November 3rd?
I was the shift commander for the noon to 8 shift. That's the shift I'm assigned to.
Sometime during that shift, Sergeant Colborn, were you informed of a Calumet County missing persons investigation that was ongoing?
Yes, sir.
And being involved in that, being aware of that investigation, were you asked to assist in any way?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury how you were asked to assist.
Well, I was contacted by, I believe it was Inspector or Investigator Mark Wiegert from the Calumet County Sheriff's Office, who contacted the dispatch center by telephone, who then transferred the call to my patrol car. He asked if I could respond to, I believe he gave me the address of 12928 Avery Road. He asked if I knew where that was, and I told him yes, I believe that was the address of Avery Auto Salvage. And he asked if I could go there and check for a missing person because they had a missing person report that had generated in Calumet County. And it had been determined through the course of their investigation that she had been out at the Avery salvage yard taking pictures of a vehicle that was for sale.
At the time that Investigator Wiegert asked for your assistance, did Investigator Wiegert tell you other places within Manitowoc County that Ms. Habak had known to have been on the 31st of October?
I don't believe in the initial phone call that he did.
All right. Sometime later that evening, you heard?
Yes, Sometime later that evening, he gave me another address on County Highway B and another name and asked me to check there as well.
What name was that? Just so we're going to eventually get there.
I believe the first name was George. I know the last name was Zipperer.
Sergeant Colborn, are you at all familiar with the Avery salvage business itself?
Yes.
Tell the jury how you're familiar with that business.
I've been personally a customer of the Avery auto salvage business, as well as I've had contacts there with law enforcement. And I have children that are the same age as some of the owners of Avery Auto Salvage, so I had contact with them through the course of school events.
All right. Let's take those. Well, when we discuss this, I'm going to show you what's been received as Exhibit 86. Can you tell us what that is, please?
That's an overhead, like a airplane view, bird's eye view of the Avery Auto Salvage.
Prior to the 3rd of November, 2005, had you been to that property?
Prior to 2005?
Prior to November 3rd of 2005, had you been to that property?
Yes.
And under what circumstances? Can you tell the jury about that?
Again, as a customer.
Let's talk about that first. What do you mean as a customer?
I have several older vehicles. One, as a matter of fact, is a 1950 Chevrolet pickup truck. And in the process of tinkering around with it, I have gone to several auto salvage, and I've always been referred to the Avery Auto Salvage as the place to go if you're looking for an older model vehicle parts or parts of an older model vehicle.
Was there one person in particular that you would normally have contact with at the Avery Auto Salvage?
No, actually, usually there were two. Either I had contact with Charles Avery or Earl Avery.
All right. They are brothers and, in fact, the owners of the business. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this, Sergeant Colborn. If you know, prior to the 3rd of November 2005, when was the last time you were at the Avery Auto Salvage business?
I think the last time I was at the Avery Auto Salvage business would have been 1999.
All right, so at least 6 years previously,
Yes, sir.
but you knew where it was.
Oh, yes, sir.
Then, on November 3rd, after Mr. Wiegert asked for your help, did you proceed to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And that's 2005. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury, please, what happened when you got there on November 3rd?
Again, I knew that Earl Avery, who was probably the person that I've had the most contact with or know the best, doesn't live on the Avery Auto Salvage property. So what I was initially trying to do was make contact with Charles Avery, who does reside there. I knew Charles I didn't know if he owned the business, but I certainly knew that he managed the business. So I was going to make contact with him and ask him if he had seen someone on the property taking pictures of a vehicle that was for sale.
In looking for Charles Avery, do you remember what building you went to?
Well, initially, I was kind of surprised when I drove in because the shop area, there were new buildings and things had changed since the last time I was there, but I was attempting to make contact at this residence, which I believe is right behind that large square-shaped building.
We're handing you a laser pointer to assist you in your
I believe that
testimony.
I thought that was his residence right there.
And you were pointing actually to the residence, which would be just to the south of
That one right there.
You have to wait until I finish my sentence, sir. You are pointing to a trailer or a residence just south of the Avery business itself, and I think counsel is willing to stipulate that is Charles Avery's residence.
Certainly my understanding.
All right. The record will reflect the stipulation.
Did you drive or walk into this property?
I drove.
Can you tell the jury where you came in from, please?
There's to my knowledge, there's only one entrance onto the property, and that's off Avery Road, which the whole of Avery Road isn't pictured on that picture. But I ended up coming down that dirt road there and parking almost where there's a vehicle parked right now.
Why don't you show us where you parked? If I zoomed into that location, would that help us? All right. We have now zoomed in to Exhibit 86. Could you again show the jury about where it was that you parked? You are pointing, which would be just to the north of the large building, which is something we've been calling the new office or the new shop building. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. After parking at that location, tell the jury what happened. By the way, about what time was this that you got there?
Oh, I'm guessing around 7 o'clock, between 6:30 and 7:30.
Was it light out or was it dark?
It was dark.
After parking there, Sergeant Colborn, what happened?
I exited my squad car and I was going to walk down the road, that road right there, in order to access Charles' residence. Almost as soon as I got out of my car, I heard something behind me. I turned and Steve Avery was walking towards me, and he had come out of that residence right there.
Do you know whose residence that is?
I believe that's Al and Dolores Avery's residence.
Did you have any conversation with Stephen Avery at that time?
Yes, I did.
And could you describe that conversation for the jury, please?
I think Steve initiated the conversation with me by asking me what I wanted. What was I doing there?
Were you dressed similar to what you are dressed today?
Yes, I was in uniform.
Did you have a marked squad car?
Yes, I did.
What did you tell Mr. Avery?
I told Mr. Avery, that I had received a call from Calumet County and that they had informed me that there was a girl missing from Calumet County, and asked him if she had come out there to their property to photograph a vehicle that they were selling.
Did Mr. Avery have a response for you?
Yes, he said that she had been there.
Did he tell you what day she had been there?
I think I might have told him that, what day that she had been out there. I don't recall if we mentioned a date, but I do remember asking what time she had been out there.
Did Mr. Avery recall this young woman?
Yes.
Did he name her for you?
No.
Did he tell you what she had done at his property that day?
He said that she had been taking some pictures of a van that his sister was selling.
Mr. Avery tell you how long the woman had been on his property?
He said 5 or 10 minutes.
Did you inquire of Mr. Avery whether or not he had personal contact with this woman on the date she was out there?
I asked Mr. Avery if she had said where she was going, and he said, I never talked to her. She was only here 5 or 10 minutes and then left.
But he never talked to her?
That's what he told me. He never talked to her.
Did he describe that further, how he knew she was there?
He said he saw her out the window taking the pictures.
Okay. Did you complete that conversation with Stephen Avery? Do you recall that conversation?
I told Mr. Avery that her parents and her family were getting worried, and was he sure that she didn't mention where she might have been going after she left? And he said no, I didn't talk to her. She was only here a few minutes and then she left.
What was Mr. Avery's demeanor like as he was talking to you? Was he cooperative?
Yes, he was very cordial.
Mr. Avery indicate to you the time, that is, when this young woman had been on his property?
He said he thought between 2 or 2:30.
What did you do then?
I believe I thanked him for talking with me and I started to get back in my car. And I believe Mr. Avery told me that he hoped she turned up soon.
What did you do then?
I left. I left the property and I contacted, he is the undersheriff of our department now, but at the time he was a deputy inspector of the operations division. I called him.
What's his name?
Greg Shetter, and I let him know that Calumet County was investigating a missing persons case and that one of the places that had been mentioned that this party was on at this Avery salvage yard. And I just left there and made contact, and that I was unable to locate that person. And he suggested that I probably contact Lieutenant Lenk and see if Lieutenant Lenk wanted any of our detectives to assist Calumet County in searching any places else.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And did you speak with Lieutenant Lenk that evening?
Yes, by phone. And then when I got into the department, because prior to going to the department, I went past the other residents. I must have also contacted Investigator Wiegert and let him know that I hadn't located. And he, I believe, at the time told me of the other address. So I purposely drove past that residence. I saw it was dark, but that there were cars in the driveway. But the residence was dark. I didn't see any lights on in there. So I ended my tour of duty for patrol.
Let me just stop you. Whose residence was this that you drove past?
George Zippers.
Go ahead. What did you do?
I ended my patrol tour of duty, but I remained on duty to assist Calumet County Detective Dietering and Detective Remaker in making contact at George Zipper's residence.
Was that done at that time?
It was done, within probably a half hour or 45 minutes of my getting back to the department.
The question, Sergeant Colborn, did you assist in that process?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that there was a Calumet detective that was involved, as well as Manitowoc. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In meeting with the Zipperers?
Yes, sir.
And again, do you remember who they were?
I believe his name is John Dietering.
All right. I'm just going to go back just briefly to your contact with Mr. Avery. You mentioned that he was cooperative. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir.
I want you to remember back as best you can, Sergeant Colborn, at that initial meeting with Mr. Avery. You, Sergeant Andy Colborn, did you have any feelings or any inclination that Mr. Avery may have been involved in Miss Hubbuck's disappearance?
Not at that time, no.
Did you do anything on the 3rd of November to further investigate Mr. Avery?
On November 3rd?
Yes.
No, sir.
Did you ever go back onto his property on the 3rd?
No, sir.
After going to the Zipperers with Detective, I think it was Remaker and Dietering, what did you do after that?
After we were done, completed at the Zippers,
Yes.
I went home. I was done with, I was already on overtime. I checked out and went home.
Do you know about what time that was?
Oh, 10:30, 11 at night, maybe.
All right. Do you remember what you did the rest of that evening?
I just probably fell asleep on the couch. I went to bed and, fell asleep.
The next day, on the 4th of November, were you working that day?
No, sir, I was off that day.
It's a Friday, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what you did on the 4th? We'll get back to that, but do you recall generally your day on the 4th of November?
Yes, sir.
Move your attention one day further on the 5th, Saturday, the 5th of November. Do you recall what you were doing that day or that morning?
That was also a regularly scheduled day off for me. Yes, I recall what I did on that day.
We'll get into the morning, but let me just jump right into this investigation. Were you contacted at all by any supervisors or superiors that day and asked to participate in this case?
I was contacted by the noon to 8 shift commander for that day, and he asked me to come into work and pick up a patrol vehicle and respond out to the Avery salvage yard.
Did you do that
Yes,
in a marked vehicle?
yes, I did take a marked vehicle out there.
And about what time was it that you arrived at the Avery scene itself? Do you recall?
I know I left my house between 4 and 4:30. I probably got out to the Avery salvage yard between 5:15, 5:30 maybe.
To the best of your recollection?
Yes.
What happened when you got to the Avery salvage business?
I made contact with the same supervisor who had called me, and I asked him, "What do you want me to do?" And he informed me that there was a deputy there that had some personal business or matters to attend to. She had been out there since apparently earlier in the day, and he asked me to transport that deputy back to the department so she could get her own vehicle and go home, and then come back out to the Avery salvage yard and provide security.
Did you do that?
Yes.
What did you do when you got back to the Avery business?
I tried to stay in the car as much as possible because it was pouring rain, but they directed my attention to a place way off in the salvage yard where I could see some lights. And somewhere up in this area right here, they just told me to sit in the car and not let anyone go down any of these roads.
Providing scene security up near what would be the business buildings?
Yes,
Did you do that?
yes.
How long did you have that responsibility?
Oh, maybe like an hour, hour and a half. And I was told that actually I could go home. So I was preparing to do that. I was checking all my equipment to make sure I had everything that I got out there, came out there with. And then I was told that I was going to be needed in a different capacity and not to go home.
All right. Let me ask you this, Sergeant Colborn. Any time that day, any time on the 5th of November, did you ever make your way down towards the pond or down towards the southeast quadrant of the Avery salvage property?
No, sir.
Could you point to that area for us with the laser pointer? Point to the northeast corner of the property. I'll specifically ask you about that area. Did you go near that area at all on the 5th of November?
No, sir.
How about on the 3rd when you were there 2 days earlier talking to Stephen Avery?
No, sir.
And were you down there at all on the 4th of November?
No, sir.
When initially being told that you could leave, or that you were in effect packing up to leave, who was it that approached you with other duties?
Detective Ramaker.
Do you know what you were being asked to do then?
He just said, "You may want to check in with this Inspector Wiegert, Detective Wiegert, before you go home because you can see that huge area here. It's going to have to be checked, and we don't have a lot of people here to do that."
Do you know how many sworn law enforcement officers were on scene at that time? Or is that something that you wouldn't even have a guess on?
No, I didn't take a head count. I don't know. I would ballpark it at 50 or less, but I don't know.
All right. Now, 50 sounds like a lot of police officers. Do you think that's a lot for that size scene?
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you check in with Investigator Weaker before you left?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury, please, what that conversation was?
I believe he asked me if I was an evidence technician, and I said, yes, I am. And
Let me stop you there. What all goes into being an evidence technician?
it's an investigative portion. It's an investigative duty some police officers are trained to do, and some who may not be interested in that are not. Not every police officer is an evidence technician. You do get special training on how to do photographing, how to identify evidence, how to collect evidence without destroying it.
All right. And you have been through that training
Yes, sir.
with Manitowoc County, that is, with the Sheriff's Department. Had you performed evidence collection duties prior to November 5th of 2005?
Yes, sir.
How long had you been an evidence tech?
Since 1997.
Have you ever executed a search warrant or collected evidence in that capacity before?
Yes, sir.
After Investigator Wiegert asked you if you were an evidence tech, what were you told to do?
I was just told to stand by, not to go home. So I went back out to my patrol car.
And again, where was that parked, if you can show us?
I may, have moved it closer to the command post, but initially I was parked right in this area here.
Again, near the business buildings?
Yes, sir.
How long did you wait for further assignment?
Maybe 5-10 minutes.
Now, Sergeant Colborn, did you know what assignment you were going to be given? In other words, did you know where you were going to be directed that night?
No, sir.
What's the next direction that you recall receiving?
I believe the next person I made contact with was Sergeant Bill Tyson from the Calumet County Sheriff's Department, and he was with Lieutenant Lenk and Detective Remaker. I believe he came out to the command post. They kind of motioned to me, so walked up to them, and Sergeant Tyson said, you're going to be working for me, and we're going to be going to Steve Avery's trailer.
What did working for me mean? Or what do you believe it meant?
Well, I've been told by this time that the Calumet County Sheriff's Department was leading up the investigation. So I interpreted working for me as you are the boss and you're going to tell me what to do.
Okay. Were you okay with that?
Yes.
Did you then proceed with Deputy Tyson to the Stephen Avery trailer?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how you got there? How you got down there?
I believe we took two cars. I believe Sergeant Tyson took his Calumet County patrol car, and I don't think we took my marked unit. I think I got in Detective Remaker's car or Lieutenant Lank's car, whichever. It was an unmarked Manitowoc County car.
All right. Tell us again. If you can look at Exhibit 86. Now, where did you drive? Where did you guys go then?
I had never been to Steve Avery's trailer before, so I really didn't know where it was. But we drove down this road to that trailer right there.
I will zoom in again on Exhibit 86. Do you recall where the cars were parked?
I believe we parked them in this driveway here that goes up to that garage.
Do you recall that particular search that evening?
Yes, sir.
How is it that you have an independent memory of that first search of Stephen Avery's trailer?
Because I was involved in it.
Okay. Did each of the search team members have a specific responsibility within that trailer, if you know?
Not really. I did have the specific responsibility of photographing, but as far as collecting, I mean, we all worked as a team. It wasn't like one person went here and one person went there. We were always worked together as a team, always within arm's length of one another.
Was that by design? Do you know?
Well, I don't know if it was by design per se, but it just seemed that this would be the best way for things to work and that we could do the most careful and concise working together as a team.
All right. Let me ask you, Sergeant Colborn, did you know the kinds of things that you were looking for in Steve Avery's trailer?
Not specifically, no.
Was there generally a term of things that you were looking for?
I was looking for any evidence that would substantiate or eliminate her having been there.
Who's her?
Teresa Halbach.
What rooms were it that the four of you searched?
I believe that first night we did search the entire trailer. We started in what I term to be the master bedroom or the largest bedroom.
All right. We have already heard from Sergeant Tyson, so what responsibilities? I'm just talking about you now, not the others. But what responsibilities did you have in the search of that bedroom?
Again, initially I did all the photographing that night with a 35mm camera. And then I was looking in, there was a bookcase type piece of furniture next to the bed and desk next to that. And while I say it was the larger bedroom, it's still kind of a small bedroom. So those pieces of furniture were almost tight together. And there was very little distance between the bed and those pieces of furniture. I mean, maybe 2 foot. And that's the area that I was specifically searching.
How many?
In the bedroom, in that bedroom.
I'm sorry. How many men were in that bedroom?
Oh, there was myself, Detective Remaker, Lieutenant Lenk, and Sergeant Tyson.
I'm going to put on the screen an exhibit which has already been received. It's Exhibit 103. It's a computer-generated exhibit. Zoom in specifically into the bedroom. Does that help you better orient yourself to Stephen Avery's bedroom?
Yes.
Take the laser pointer, please, and tell the jurors in what area you had initial responsibility to search on the 5th of November.
This cabinet right here, I guess we could call that a bookcase, and this desk right here.
All right. And let's talk about the cabinet first. Mr. Weaker is going to hand you what's been marked as exhibit number 203 and on 204. Ask if you found those items in Mr. Avery's bedroom on the 5th of November.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury where you found them, please.
That's a shelf right there. There's a little space between that shelf and the top of the cabinet. I found them inside there, inside that area.
After finding or locating a piece of physical evidence during this search, that is, on the 5th, what did you do with that evidence?
As soon as I located something that, in my opinion, was of evidence, which doesn't necessarily make it evidence, but if it was, in my opinion, to be of evidentiary value, I stopped what I was doing. I informed Sergeant Tyson, hey, I found some leg irons and handcuffs in here. Then Sergeant Tyson would come over, I would photograph them, and then he collected them and put them, went through the administrative duties that the Calumet County Sheriff's Department requires for logging evidence.
The actual seizure, or the collection of them, was whose responsibility?
Calumet County's.
Sergeant Tyson?
Well, on that evening, yes, Sergeant Tyson, sorry.
When you look at Exhibit 103, this computer-generated diagram, other than the roof being ripped off for obvious reasons, does that look the same or similar as it did on the 5th of November?
Yes, sir.
You see on the wall above the bed, the headboard, there's a gun rack. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that how it looked on the 5th of November as well?
Yes.
Did you see any firearms on that gun rack that evening?
There were 2 firearms on that gun rack, just pretty much like it is in the picture.
Were you able, Sergeant Colborn, to identify those guns? Or at least what kind of guns they were?
I know as soon as I walked into the room, we noticed the guns right away. I probably stood right about here and I could see that one of the guns, I believe it's this lower one, was a muzzle loader, and it had a piece of masking tape on the stock that said Steve.
What about the gun on top? Is that a long gun as well?
It's a .22 caliber rifle.
Now, let me ask you, to the best of your recollection, Sergeant Colborn, were those firearms seized from Mr. Avery's bedroom on the 5th of November?
I don't think we did take them on the 5th of November. No.
So the jury understand, at that time, that is, that first day, that first night that you guys meaning the law enforcement, got there, had Teresa Habach's body or any of her remains been located?
No, sir.
Did you even know that you were dealing with a crime at that time?
Initially, we were still treating this more or less as a missing person.
All right, but you were looking for items that had obvious evidentiary value. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What were some of the other rooms that, well, let me just make this clear. While in that bedroom searching, did you notice anything on the floor? Specifically, did you notice any car key on the floor?
No, sir.
In looking at or on top of either the desk or the bookcase, did you notice any car key or something that may have had obvious evidentiary value in that regard?
No, not really, no.
Okay. What other rooms were searched that night?
I believe we searched every room in the trailer that evening.
Try to get an overview here. This has been received as exhibit number 102. Does this appear to be an overview of the Avery trailer? Again, a computer-generated diagram.
Yes, sir.
Lists both bedrooms, the bathroom, living room, dining room, and kitchen area. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Each of those rooms searched that evening?
Yes, sir.
You said you were taking 35 millimeter photography in that trailer. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were there other photographs also being taken?
I believe Detective Ramaker had brought a small digital camera in as well, and he was taking some digital photos as well.
I show you a photo that's been received as evidence. This is exhibit number 163, and ask if you recognize this particular photo.
That's a photograph of the master bedroom area I was just talking about in Steve Avery's trailer.
Is that how it looked on the 5th of November?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit number 175, again, which has been received. Could you tell us what this is, if you know?
That's in the living room area of that same trailer, the same residence. And this is like a corner of the living room that was set up as a computer work area.
Was that an area that you and your colleagues searched that evening?
Detective Remaker was the primary officer that looked at that area, but he did call me over a couple times to have me take pictures of items that he had found.
You can't fit 4 grown men into that
No, sir.
corner, is that right? After the search was completed, or when the search was wrapping up, could you tell us how that search ended? How that effort ended?
The items that we had decided were of evidentiary value that night were placed in Sergeant Tyson's patrol vehicle, and he stayed with the evidence. We all went back to the command post, and not exactly sure which Calumet County officer told us what time to be there the next day, but we were instructed to return the next day. Myself, Lieutenant Lenk, and Detective Remaker, and we all left at the same time.
After leaving the residence on the 5th, can you tell the jury where you went, please?
I would have gone back to the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, which is in the city of Manitowoc, and get my personal vehicle so I could go home.
Do you know about what time you cleared the scene? In other words, about what time you left, if you remember.
I'm sorry, I don't. I know it was late, that's all.
The next day, that is, on the 6th of November, were you asked to come back to the scene?
Yes, sir.
And what were you asked to do on the 6th?
On the 6th, when I came out there again with Detective Ramaker and Lieutenant Lenk, and I believe this time just Lieutenant Lenk went into the command post to make contact with who we would be working with, the Cal County, that day. Detective Ramaker and I just kind of waited until he came back out, and we were introduced to Deputy Kaharski. And then Deputy Kaharski informed us what our assignment would be for that day.
Okay. Prior to arriving on the scene, once again, did you know what your assignment was going to be?
No, I had no idea.
Was an evidence collection team formed or developed that morning on the 6th?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who was involved in that team?
It was myself, Lieutenant Lang, Detective Ramaker, and Deputy Kaharski, who's an employee of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department.
Once again, was it determined who would be in charge of that group of search individuals?
After the first day, I didn't need to be told who was in charge. I knew. But Deputy Kaharski told me that he would be responsible for collecting and maintaining security on any evidence that was located that day.
All right. What areas then of search were you involved with, if any, on the 6th of November?
Initially, we started at the garage at Steve Avery's residence.
Tell me about this garage, please.
Ooh, it's wooden frame structure, maybe like a car and a half garage, not attached to the residence. It had vehicle parked out in front of it, a black Ford pickup truck.
I show you what's been received in evidence as Exhibit 38. Can you tell us what we're looking at here, please?
That's Steve Avery's residence. That's his garage. That's his pickup truck.
All right. And that garage was searched. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Who was that searched by?
The aforementioned team, myself, Lieutenant Lenk, Detective Ramaker, and Deputy Kaharski.
Do you remember the interior of that garage on the 5th of November?
Yes, sir.
Can you briefly describe that for the jury?
There was a smaller sport utility vehicle parked in one half of the garage. It was a Suzuki Samurai. There was a snowmobile also parked in there, a Ski-Doo snowmobile. And there were some other benches and tools that kind of went all the way around the garage. There wasn't a lot of room in there with all the other apparatus that was in there.
In this case already, and I think the defense had asked and has been admitted, exhibit number 119. Ask you to take a look at exhibit number 119. Tell us what we're looking at here.
That would be the interior of Steve Avery's garage.
Fair to say there's a lot of stuff in there.
Yes, sir.
What kind of search was performed of that garage?
Well, the same type of, search that we had performed the night before in his residence. We were looking for anything that would lead us to believe that there was a missing person in there.
Each of the items that we see, and we can even zoom in to some of these things, was each and every one of those items removed from the garage and thoroughly searched, or searched under each and every one of those items?
No, sir.
Wasn't that kind of search?
No.
In a very broad way, that is, in an overview fashion, because we're going to hear from Deputy Kacharski, but in a very broad sense. Can you tell us the kind of things that were recovered or viewed while you were in that garage?
Almost as soon as we stepped in the garage, I noticed, as did everyone else, that there were several spent shell casings lying on the floor of the garage.
What's a shell casing?
It's the brass portion of a bullet. After the bullet has been expended or fired, the casing is usually ejected from the firearm and lands in close proximity to the shooter, usually on the ground.
Let me ask you this, Sergeant Colborn. Are you familiar with shell casings for different kinds of or different calibers of firearms?
Yes.
By visual inspection, that is, without picking them up or without even taking a look at those shell casings, were you able to determine what caliber weapon was used to fire those bullets?
Yes.
How were you able to determine that?
The shell casings that were laying on the ground were small, for one. They were brass and they didn't have a center primer. They had been fired on the corner of the bottom of the casing. In other words, the rim of the casing. And a 22 caliber weapon is one of the only weapons that is a rim fire weapon. Most weapons have a primer in the center of the bullet. This does not. It's fired off the rim.
How many, what you believed were 22 caliber shell casings, were readily apparent or viewable to the naked eye as you entered that garage?
Oh, there were quite a few. 12, maybe 12 plus.
Do you know for sure?
No, sir, I don't.
During the course of that search, were the shell casings that were at least out in plain view seized by Deputy Kacharski?
Yes, we photographed them first where they were lying. Initially, Deputy Katarski and I were both doing photographs, but then we thought perhaps that it was a bit redundant. So I just let Deputy Kaharski felt more than comfortable taking the photographs, so I just stopped taking pictures and assisted with locating.
About how long did the search of this garage take?
Oh, 1 hour, 1.5 hours.
Looking at the stuff, I will call it junk. I don't know if I will get an objection about that, but probably not. Looking at the junk that we see here, in a 1 hour search, were you able to thoroughly search this garage?
No, I mean, if we were looking for something minute, you could spend easily an hour just in this area right here.
All right. Were you given other search assignments that day?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us where you were next assigned to search?
I believe the next assignment, was the Ford pickup truck that was parked right in front of the garage.
And that was Steve's black truck that we had seen before?
I do have to mention there were several times, and I believe this was one of them, where we would be searching a specific area. Somebody from Cal County would come and say, I need your assistance doing this. So we would stop what we were doing and assist them with another project and then go back. So I believe before we started searching the Ford pickup truck, I was asked to photograph some burning barrels and assist in loading them into a covered trailer.
All right. Did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Just as long as we have this picture up. First, we're going to go back to Exhibit 38. Was that the truck that you assisted in searching?
Yes.
Now, you talked about some burned barrels. Where were these located?
Behind or to the side of Steve's garage, there were 3 or 4 of them.
Did you know whose burned barrels those were?
No, I didn't.
You said that there were others that were assisting in the recovery of those. Do you know who those individuals were?
I didn't know, everyone's name from the Calumet County Sheriff's Department or the Department of Criminal Investigations that was working there. I just recognized some of the officers. Were not all connected with Manitowoc County, but they were uniformed, and I saw Calumet County, Sheriff's Department patches on their uniforms, but I do not know them by name.
There were some Manitowoc officers also involved.
Yes.
Those burn barrels. I think a picture of them has been received as Exhibit 52. I'm going to show you that picture. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I took that picture.
Who is that we see in the picture?
That's Detective Dave Ramaker from the Manitowoc Sheriff's Department.
These are the 4 burn barrels that you assisted in recovering and loading. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Looks like it's raining here again. Is that right?
Yes. I wanted to get a picture to show that we were trying our best to protect the contents of the barrel. That's the reason the tarp is on there.
After those barrels were loaded, did you proceed to complete the search of Steve's black truck?
Yes, sir.
All right. After that effort, what did you do then?
Again, this is going to be one of those times that I was pulled away for another project. We were almost completed with the search of Steve's truck when another Calumet County supervisor told me or asked me where the Marable Caves Park was. And I said, I described where it was, but not being from Manitowoc County, he didn't really know where it was. And he said, well, some searchers have found some things at the Marable Caves Park. Can you go out there, see what they have? If you think it's evidence, pick it up. So myself and Detective Ramaker went out to Marable Caves Park, where we made contact with a civilian search party. And they showed us some things that they had found, and we ended up bagging them up and turning them over to the Calumet County Sheriff's Department.
What did you do then?
When I got back, then I believe the search of Steve's truck, I think, had been completed by then. In my absence, Deputy Kaharski had completed the search, and then I would have to take a look at his report to see what our next assignment was. I believe we were sent to Chuck Avery's residence. No, either Chuck's or Steve's sister, and I'm not positive which one was next.
Who's Steve's sister?
Her first name is Barb. I believe at the time her last name was Yonda.
All right. Did you assist in a search of Barb Yonda's trailer?
Yes.
And we're going to hear from Detective Ramaker later, but do you recall being present when a telephone answering machine was located?
Yes.
This has been received as exhibit number 55. Can you tell us what we're looking at, please?
I believe that's an answering machine that was in Barb Yonda's residence.
Who else was present when this answering machine was investigated or searched?
It was the same search team that had gone into Steve Avery's garage. Lieutenant Lenk, myself, Detective Ramaker, and Deputy Kaharski.
Were the messages on this machine examined?
When we When we found the answer machine, I saw that there were messages on there. I said, let's unplug it and take the answer machine. And of course, the conversation between all of us, we said, well, what if someone in the unplugging process, we lose the messages? So yes, we hit the play button and listened to the messages, and Detective Remaker recorded the messages as they were being played.
Did you have occasion that day to re-enter Steve Avery's trailer?
I believe that was the day I was asked to, our whole team was asked to go back into Steven's trailer and obtain serial number. I think that was the day that we were asked to obtain a serial number off Steve's computer, the tower portion of his computer.
Are you sure about that, or are you guessing?
I'm not positive if it was that day or not. I know that was one of the assignments that I completed. I thought it was that day, but I'm not positive. I do know also that the day we had to go back into Steve Avery's trailer and collect his weapons.
Can you again describe those weapons?
He had like a place or gun rack over his bed. There were two weapons on the gun rack. One was a 22 caliber rifle, and the other was if I remember correctly, was a 50 caliber muzzle loader.
We're going to have these marked, actually. Mr. Fallon, if you could have them marked.
They're marked.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you see a picture of the 22 caliber rifle?
Yes, sir.
And what exhibit number is that?
It is Exhibit 164.
See if I can find that here. Do you recognize exhibit number 164?
Yes, it's a 22 caliber rifle that we located in Steve Avery's bedroom.
I have put up a photograph of exhibit number 164. Again, does that 22 caliber rifle look the same or similar as it did when it was seized on the 6th of November?
Yes, sir.
Did you, by the way, that day on the 6th, have occasion to, at all, inspect or further inspect that rifle?
When we collected the rifle in order to manage an evidence room, we first needed to make sure that the weapon wasn't loaded. So I did pull the action back to see if it was going to eject a round, and I believe I pulled the tube out, which is under the barrel there.
Why don't you show us with the laser pointer?
That portion of the weapon is the magazine. To load it, you pull a tube out, I believe, and insert rounds through that notch right there. This is the action of the magazine. It's a semi-automatic weapon, so I pulled this action back to see if there was round inside the barrel. And I believe the safety is right there on the weapon, and I have checked to make sure that the safety was on, because if someone handling the weapon, obviously, if it was loaded with the safety off, it could fire.
Sure. Are you familiar with a semi-automatic rifle such as exhibit number 164?
Yes, sir.
Now, a tube-loaded or a tube-fed magazine. For those on the jury that aren't gun enthusiasts, can you tell us just generally how that works?
This portion of the weapon right here is where it's loaded. At the very end here, you can twist a knob and you pull out like a plastic plunger and you load. You would have to turn the weapon almost upside down, but if you can see that, there's a little notch there. That's where you put the rounds in, and then you just slide this tube back in until it locks. And if it doesn't lock, you put too many rounds in. You have to get it so that locks. As you fire the weapon, there's a spring on there, and it just keeps pushing the rounds back to the chamber.
After a 22, you mentioned a rimfire bullets, but after the shell casings are ejected, where do they come out of?
Out of that area right there, that silver area.
And with a semi-automatic weapon, do you have to reload it or cock it or do anything that any action like that we might hear with other weapons?
No, sir. A semi-automatic weapon will continue to fire as fast as you can pull the trigger. You must release the trigger so it's sear each time. But it will continue to fire as fast as you can pull the trigger until all the shells are expended.
By the way, Sergeant Colborn, I don't know if you know this, but do you know what kind of weapon that is? What brand name weapon?
I know when we cataloged the weapon, when we took it and when Deputy Kaharski took it in as evidence, I read the manufacturer name to him, but I don't recall who manufactured that weapon.
That's fine, thank you. You said there was a second weapon that was seized. Is that right?
Yes, sir. You gave me a photograph that's marked Exhibit 165.
Why don't you tell us what that is?
That's a muzzle-loading weapon, similar to like a musket from the Revolutionary War or frontier period. It's called muzzle-loading because that's where you load it, through the muzzle.
Where were these items seized from?
Steve Avery's bedroom, on a gun rack that was hanging above his bed.
Is there anything else that was seized from Mr. Avery's trailer that day? That is, on the 6th of November, that you can recall?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Any other buildings that you were asked to search that day?
Not that I specifically recall, no.
All right. Judge, before going on to the next day's search for the 7th, this might be a good time to take a lunch break.
All right, the court agrees. Members of the jury, we're going to take a lunch break at this time. Again, do not discuss the case in any fashion during the break, and we'll resume at 1 o'clock. You may be seated. Go off the record at this time. At this time, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Kratz?
Judge, before we break for lunch, Mr. Strang was kind enough to alert me that this witness may be cross-examined with the assistance of an audio CD. Mr. Strang gave me a CD that has 24 tracks on it. I don't know if he intends to play all 24 tracks in the cross-examination, but it would certainly assist us in orienting as to the time and the context of those conversations, if those could be identified. If they can't, that's fine. But if the tracks themselves, rather than listen to all 24 during the lunch hour, could be identified, we would appreciate that.
Mr. Strang?
Well, I provided the CD out of an abundance of caution. I think these taped calls are all calls that the state, like the defence, received during the hearing on August the 9th, 2006, from the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department. We should probably excuse the witness.
I was just thinking about that myself. Mr. Colborn, if you can step out of the courtroom for a minute, we'll continue here. The witness has now left the courtroom.
Right. As I say, I'm quite confident that when we received the CDs from the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department on August the 9th, 2006, the state also received the very same record calls, both radio transmissions and some landlines at the Sheriff's Department that are answered by dispatchers. Out of an abundance of caution, I gave Mr. Kratz another copy of the disc I'm going to mark today, but I'm not interested in disclosing my cross-examination over the lunch hour while, the state is free to prepare, including with the witness.
All right. If it's information that the parties already have, I don't know what's going to come in, but Mr. Kratz, if you need a break before redirect, I will take up a request at that time.
That's fine, and counsel may hear the very same response later in the trial. That's fine. Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Kratz, at this time you may resume your direct examination of Mr. Colborn.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Colborn, we left off with the next day, I believe, of your involvement with on Monday, the 7th of November. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to return to the Avery property?
Yes, I was.
And, by the way, who were you asked to return there by?
The Calumet County Sheriff's Office or Department of Criminal Investigation, one of those officers.
If you could speak up just a little bit, Sergeant, I would appreciate it.
I was either asked to return by the Calumet County Sheriff's Department or one of their supervisors, or by the Department of Corrections or Department of Criminal Investigations, Agent Tom Fassbender.
Were you, for lack of a better word, volunteering your service or these duties?
No.
On the 7th of November, then, do you recall about what time you returned to the salvage yard?
Oh, somewhere between 6:30 in the morning and 7:30 in the morning, I believe.
Sergeant Colborn, what were you asked to do on the 7th, if you recall?
On Monday, I was informed that by Sergeant Tyson that I would be working with him again. This would be the same Sergeant Tyson that I had worked with on Saturday. And he informed us that our assignment that day was to go into the Avery salvage yard and open any trunks of vehicles that had not yet been searched, because the trunks, apparently, they couldn't find the keys for these vehicles, and we were to look inside the trunks of these vehicles.
Were there any other members of your team other than you and Sergeant Tyson?
Also, Lieutenant Lenk was with me on that day.
And did you, in fact, assist in opening up or searching trunks that hadn't yet been opened?
Yes, I did.
What else happened on the 7th?
Well, that took the better part of the morning. I believe in the afternoon we were instructed to start collecting, specifically instructed to collect. I take that back. At some point, we were also asked to get I believe this was the day that we were asked to get a serial number off Steve and Avery's computer.
Did you assist Sergeant Tyson in that regard?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did, please?
The serial number is on the back of the computer, and the portion of the computer that we needed the serial number was underneath a desk that had been shown earlier, the photograph that was shown earlier. So I crawled underneath the desk and used a flashlight to obtain the manufacturer and the serial number of the computer, which Sergeant Tyson wrote down.
All right. How long did that process take?
Oh, at the most, 10 minutes.
Did you go in any other part of the residence, or did you confine yourself to the living room area?
I just confined myself to the area where the computer was that day.
What else did you do then?
I believe we were instructed then to start collecting some firearms from the other residences that were on the Avery property. I believe specifically Barb Yonda's residence.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's the next thing you did on the 7th?
I know at one point I was asked to take some photographs, I believe, of a burning barrel that was on Steve Avery's property. I did do that.
Which burn barrel did you take photographs of?
It was a burn barrel that was that was in close proximity to Steve's trailer, and I remember that it had a car wheel by it.
To orient us to that, there's an exhibit which has been received. It's Exhibit 114. It's again an exterior computer animation. If you take your laser pointer up there, tell us what we're looking at and what burn barrel you were asked to examine and photograph.
That burn barrel right there. I remember that on one. either this side or this side of it, there was a car wheel standing on its edge with a tire missing.
Did it appear to you, at least as you went to that scene and as you look at Exhibit 114, who that burn barrel is attached to?
Yes, it's the burn barrel of the residence right there, Stephen Avery's residence.
Now, Sergeant, you talked about some different kinds of photography. I think you talked about digital as well as 35 millimeter photography. Do you remember that day, the 7th of November, what kind of photography you were performing?
35 millimeter. I did not do any digital photography the entire time I was out there, personally.
That way you talked about a wheel next to the burn barrel. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 158. In fact, Mr. Fallon is going to hand it to you, but I would ask if you could tell us what this is an image of.
That is a car wheel. That's at the very edge of Steve Avery's burn barrel. And those wires, I believe, that are around the wheel are actually part of the makeup of the tire. Probably like portions of the steel belt.
As we get closer, do a little bit of a close-up. Can you see that better now on the screen?
Yes, sir.
By the way, Exhibit 158, is that a photo that you took or likely took?
Yes, sir.
In all honesty, Judge, so that I don't forget, I'm going to move the admission of Exhibit 158 at this time.
Any objection?
None.
158 is received.
Were you asked to do anything else on the 7th, Sergeant?
I believe I was also, at some point, apparently the command post received word that some searchers had located an area that it looked suspicious. There was plastic poking up from the ground, and it looked like the ground had been disturbed. So I was asked to go to that area along with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, Sergeant Tyson, and Lieutenant Lenk, and help them, the crime lab, if they requested it, to excavate that area.
Do you know on what roadway this was?
I believe it was off Cuss, White Cedar Road.
This is something that Mr. Ertl yesterday talked about, a potential burial site, but what wasn't. Was that your understanding, that it turned out not to be?
Yes, it turned out to be nothing.
Did you do anything else on the 7th?
I think by the time we were done with that, that consumed the rest of the day.
Let's move on then to the 8th, which would be Tuesday, the 8th of November. Were you asked to return to the property?
Yes, sir.
Again, who were you asked to return there by?
But no, I didn't get wasn't told to me directly. Usually Lieutenant Lenk met with members of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department and Department of Criminal Investigations at the completion of each day. And then I was just to check with Lieutenant Lenk, and we needed tomorrow to see if we needed tomorrow or not.
I see.
And then he said, we're needed tomorrow.
Did you show up then on the 8th?
Yes, sir.
And who were you attached to, or who were you assigned to that day?
I was assigned to Deputy Dan Kaharski from the Calumet County Sheriff's Department.
Do you know what you were asked to do on the 8th?
Yes, Deputy Kaharski, Lieutenant Lenk, and myself were instructed by Special Agent Fassbender to look for some specific printed material inside Steve and Avery's residence.
Okay.
And to collect same.
Did you have occasion to enter Stephen Avery's bedroom on the 8th of November?
Yes, sir.
Who did you enter that bedroom with?
Deputy Kaharski and Lieutenant Lenk.
How long did you spend in that bedroom on the 8th, if you recall?
Oh, an hour or so.
Were you directed to perform any search of that trailer, specifically of that bedroom?
Before we started on the bedroom, I was instructed with Deputy Kaharski, to remove the computer and to wait until the computer was picked up by another law enforcement officer.
Okay, did you do that?
Yes, sir.
Then, moving to the bedroom, my question is whether you were to perform a search that day.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as exhibit number 208. Can you tell us what that is, please?
Oh, these are photographs of a cabinet that's right next to the desk in Steve and Avery's bedroom. That would be the same bedroom where the firearms were that I described before. And
We're just talking about the first one now, exhibit 208.
that's this photograph here. It's a picture of, this is a desk.
I'm actually going to put a view up for the jury so that we can... Okay, if you want to use your laser pointer where everybody can see what you're talking about, then.
This is a desk. There's an open area. That's the picture. This is a cabinet. You can see how closely it is positioned to the desk there.
Let me just stop you. Is this something that you earlier called a bookcase?
This cabinet, I'm sorry, yes, I called it a bookcase, and that's actually, I guess, what it is, a bookcase.
Just so that the jury understands, was this the item from which the handcuffs and leg irons were seized a couple days earlier?
Yes, sir. It's easier to see now with this picture. The leg irons and handcuffs were located in this area here.
Now, particular photograph, you can see a pair of slippers, bedroom slippers next to it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You can see an electrical outlet or a socket. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you point to that, please? Were you asked, or at least as part of your responsibilities of searching the bedroom, were you asked to do a thorough search of this piece of furniture?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
In performing that search, Sergeant Colborn, did you move or manipulate this piece of furniture at all?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe that for the jury, please?
Well, as I stated before, we were looking for specific printed or photographs. There's a narrow area between this bookcase and this desk right there. And in order to make sure that there was no evidence or anything else that we needed logged between there, I actually tipped this to the side and twisted it away from the wall.
If you can describe that further, I don't know if you can do it with your words or show us with your hands. How did you do it?
Well, I'll be the first to admit I wasn't any too gentle as we were, getting exasperated. I handled it rather roughly, twisting it, shaking it, pulling it.
And that's the bookcase that you're talking about?
Yes, this piece of furniture right here, a bookcase.
I'm sorry, Sergeant, in shaking and twisting that particular bookcase, did you pull it away from the wall itself that you can see behind there?
Yes, I did.
After that process was complete, were there items, the binder that we can see in the lower left-hand corner of the bookcase? Can you point to that, please? Was that and the other items within that bookcase removed and examined by yourself and your other members of your team?
Yes, sir.
Did you have occasion to replace those items into that bookcase after having pulled it from the wall?
Yes, sir.
What was done with the bookcase after that thorough search of those materials was completed?
Well, the items that we didn't use or collect as evidence, that binder and some of the other things, there were kind of stuffed rather forcefully back in there. And other items that we were going to collect as evidence were, we had so many that we didn't have a container in the room large enough to hold them all. So Lieutenant Lenk exited the bedroom to get a larger container, and I began to search this desk here.
By a larger container, what are you talking about?
A box.
Now, at this time, that is, as the search was completed, what was done with that piece of furniture? What was done with the bookcase itself?
It was still kind of away from the wall, but it was more or less stuffed back in its original position.
Exhibit number 209. Describe what that is, please.
That's just a different photograph of the same bookcase.
I'm going to allow the jury to see that as well. Is this the photo that you're talking about of the bookcase?
Yes, sir.
The next exhibit, number 210. Can you describe what that is for us, please?
210 is a picture, a photograph of the, well, you can see that we have some materials stuffed in a bag. Then there's a bedroom slippers. And now there is a key with a fob lying between the bedroom slippers.
Sergeant Colborn, I'm going to direct your attention then to the large screen. I would like you to carefully take the laser pointer and describe for the jury what it is that we're looking at.
These were some items that we had bagged up. I don't recall what that is. These were the same bedroom slippers that were in the other photograph, but you can see that they have been jostled. It's just that's just the electrical outlet, and now there's a key. And with this connecting canvas or nylon fob and a black plastic buckle lying on the floor.
The piece of furniture, that is, the bookcase that we see in Exhibit 210, has that been removed or replaced to its original position?
I can't say we have got it exactly 100% where it was, but that's very close to its original position, yes.
So the jury understands the timing of these. Exhibit number 208 shows the slippers right next to the outlet. And this exhibit, 210, shows the slippers pushed to what would be the left and actually a little bit closer to the photographer. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Do you recognize this image? That is, did you see this image on the 8th of November?
Yes.
Can you describe that moment or that event for the jury, please?
Oh, as I had mentioned earlier, Lieutenant Lenk had exited. That is the door coming into the bedroom. He had gone through that door to get a bigger container. I was searching the desk here. Deputy Kaharski was sitting on the bed, which isn't in the photograph, but is in very close proximity to the piece of furniture, the bookcase, filling out paperwork. Lieutenant Lenk got about right here. His feet would have been right here. So he was in the room and said something to the effect of, there's a key on the floor here, or look, there's a key. I don't know his exact verbiage, but he identified that there was a key on the floor. I turned around. As I wasn't very far away, I turned around and looked, and I observed this key lying right where it is. And I observed this key had this black rubberized or plastic end on it, which they didn't, that's a newer model key, and due to the plastic or rubberized end. And I also observed that embossed on there was a Toyota emblem. And we told Deputy Kaharski, get a photograph of this right away, which he did, which is this photograph. I did not take this photograph.
By the way, as you and Deputy Kacharsky and Lieutenant Lenk observed this, did any of the three of you approach or touch this piece of evidence at that time?
I may have been standing in this area here. You know, this piece of furniture is only 2.5, 3 feet tall, maybe. So I could easily see over it to see the key. I did not approach the key. Lieutenant Lenk did not come into the room. Deputy Kaharski photographed the key from whatever angle this picture was taken at. That's as close as we got.
My question again was, did either yourself, Lieutenant Lenk, or Deputy Kaczarski, prior to this photo was taken, touch that key?
No, sir.
Why not?
Well, I think all three of us knew that at the same time that there was a very good chance seeing a Toyota emblem embossed on that key, knowing that Teresa Halbach's vehicle was a Toyota, that this was a very important piece of evidence. And, none of us were going to taint that.
Let me ask you, Sergeant Colborn, you guys, you specifically, Lieutenant Lenk and now Deputy Kaczarski, had been in this room for quite some time before this key appears in this position. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Did this surprise you that you saw this key there?
Yes, I was very surprised.
Did the three of you talk about that? We hadn't seen it before, anything like that.
I believe I said to myself, damn, how did I miss that?
Now, other than the bedroom slippers being pushed to the side, had anything else changed? Other than the pulling out and the twisting and the jostling of the cabinet?
Well, as we looked at the cabinet, it appeared that in the process of us stuffing everything back into the cabinet, we had separated the back of the cabinet, the small piece of paneling that would be the back of the cabinet, from the frame of the cabinet itself.
Let me stop you there. Did you have occasion then to go look at the back of this piece of furniture, the back of the cabinet, after this key was processed?
Yes.
I know I'm jumping ahead just a little bit, but could you describe what you saw? Could you describe the back panel of the cabinet?
Well, it would be made of a... Gosh, I'm trying to think of the word, right word, like a piece of wood, the same thickness maybe as a piece of paneling that one would put on a wall. It's a thin piece of wood. It's not like it's a 1/4-inch piece of plywood nailed to the back of the cabinet. It's a thin piece of wood. The piece of furniture itself is old and not in the best state of repair. I believe it was just very small, short brads or nails that held the piece of the paneling or the piece of wood to the back of that cabinet. And I'm sure that when we were putting things in, we exercised more than enough force to push it away. And there was a gap now between the back of the piece of the paneling on the back of the cabinet and the frame of the cabinet itself.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's been received as exhibit number 169. Although taken on a different day, we're all in agreement about that. Does exhibit 169 look the same as when you witnessed the back of this cabinet on the 8th of November?
Yes, sir.
What was done with the key, if you remember?
Well, initially it was photographed, and Lieutenant Lenk and I both, when I say told, it was not like we were ordering him, but we just communicated to Deputy Kaharski that he needed to make sure he put on a fresh set of gloves, pick up that key, and put it in a separate container totally by itself. And we needed to contact the command post right away and let them know we had located a key that could possibly be a key to Teresa's vehicle.
Did somebody from the command post come to your location then?
2 people from the command post came to our location, Special Agent Fassbender and Investigator Uyghur.
Were you present when the lead investigators were shown this key that was discovered?
Yes, We packaged the key and we went into the living room, and that's where we remained until the two investigators came and looked at the key.
What exhibit number is next, Madam Clerk?
211.
Sergeant Colborn. And Judge, the record should reflect that the evidence bag is being opened with the insistence of Investigator Wiegert. But Sergeant Colborn, you are going to be shown the contents of what is being marked as exhibit number 211. Deputy Wiegert, if you would be so kind as to show it to this witness. Sergeant Colborn, please don't touch this exhibit, but an exhibit that has now been marked for identification as exhibit 211 is being shown to you. If you stand to the side a little bit, Investigator Wiegert, I would appreciate it. Tell the jury what that is, please.
That appears to be the exact same key as pictured right there on that photograph. It's a long key with a black plastic end and a Toyota emblem on the end of it. And that same nylon, actually, I think corresponds to something that someone would wear around their neck and clip to the other plastic end.
With permission, Judge, may Investigator Wiegert post it or at least show the jurors?
Any objection?
Nope.
Hold it up by one end, Investigator, and show the jurors, please.
The record should probably also reflect he's wearing rubber gloves at this time, or unless you can describe them more accurately.
Latex gloves. And although Mr. Kaczarski will be testifying as well, Judge, I don't believe there is any contest as to this exhibit, and I will move its admission at this time.
Any objection?
Well, there's plenty of contest as to that exhibit, but not as to it having been authenticated and identified. And I don't have any objection to it being received.
Thank you.
All right, the exhibit will be received.
Thank you. After Special Agent Fassbender and Investigator Wiegert were shown that key, do you know what happened to that key?
Excuse me, we decided between the three of us just to wait in the living room. Special Agent Fassbender and Investigator Wiegert said that another law enforcement officer would be coming down to take possession of the key. So we all three just waited until he got there. We turned the key over, and I believe we were told that it would be going to Madison to the crime lab where Teresa's vehicle already was.
Sergeant Colborn, after this thorough search of Mr. Avery's residence was completed, were you asked to perform a similar thorough search of somebody else's residence that day?
Yes, I believe it was Charles Avery's residence.
And was that search performed by the same team? That is, yourself, Lieutenant Lenk, and Deputy Kaczarski from Calumet County?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Colborn, we have heard references this week, and even last, to your involvement in this case. And now that you are here, now that you are in court, I have some questions regarding your knowledge of Mr. Avery. First of all, prior to November of 2005, had you been involved at all in the investigation, testifying against, or prosecution of Stephen Avery in any previous criminal proceedings?
No, sir.
Had you ever been personally named in any civil lawsuits or ever personally been accused of any wrongdoing regarding Mr. Stephen Avery?
No, sir.
You were asked, as I understand, as part of a civil lawsuit, to provide what's called a deposition, to be questioned by some lawyers. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when that occurred?
I believe it was in October of 2005.
Do you remember how long that process took?
I thought it was less than an hour, but an hour or less.
All right. You were asked some questions, is that right, under oath?
Yes, sir.
Did you answer those questions to the best of your knowledge and ability?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall the context in which you were asked those questions? In other words, do you recall what you were asked about?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what you were asked about?
Well, in 1994 or 95, I had received a telephone call when I was working as my capacity as a corrections officer in the Manitowoc County Jail. A telephone call was from somebody who identified himself as a detective, and I answered the phone. Manitowoc County Jail, Officer Colborn. Apparently, this person's assumption was that I was a police officer, not a corrections officer, and he began telling me that he had received information that somebody who had committed an assault in Manitowoc County was in their custody, and we may have somebody in our jail on that assault charge that may not have done it. I told the individual, "You're probably going to want to speak to a detective," and I transferred the call to a detective to the detective division at the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department. That's the extent of my testimony.
That's it? That's your connection to Mr. Avery?
Yes, sir.
Well, did that cause you enough embarrassment and enough angst in which to set up Mr. Avery for a charge of murder?
No.
Did that deposition cause you such problems from within your department that you obtained and planted blood so that it would be found and Mr. Avery would be wrongfully accused of a homicide case?
No, sir.
Have you ever planted any evidence against Mr. Avery?
That's ridiculous, and no, I have not.
Have you ever planted any evidence against anybody in the course of your law enforcement career?
I have to say, this is the first time my integrity has ever been questioned, and no, I have not.
That's all I have for Sergeant Colborn, Judge.
Mr. Strang?
This is the first time your integrity has been questioned.
As it applies to being a police officer, yes.
Okay. And it's not the first time Mr. Avery's has been. So I have some questions for you. You were, in November of 2005, in the Road Patrol Division of the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
You were a sergeant in that division?
Yes, sir.
Were there other sergeants in that division?
Yes, sir.
How many?
There's one lieutenant and two sergeants assigned per shift. There's 3 shifts. We're looking at 6 sergeants, 3 lieutenants.
Your shift particularly was noon to 8 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
That made you the assistant shift commander as opposed to the other sergeants.
Yes, sir.
And the shift commander himself when the lieutenant had a day off.
Yes, sir.
The Road Patrol Division does exactly that. It patrols the roads of Manitowoc County,
Yes, sir.
typically in marked squad cars,
Yes, sir.
speeding and other traffic law enforcement,
Yes, sir.
calls for help from citizens, a variety of calls.
Yes, sir.
You might be the first to respond to a domestic violence call, let's say.
Yes, sir.
You might respond to a flat tire on the side of the road.
Yes, sir.
This division, during the noon to 8 shift, back in, let's say, November 2005, had approximately how many officers out on the road during that noon to 8 shift?
Well, I believe that part, 4 or 5 officers counting the shift commander.
Roughly,
Yes, sir.
I understand. And the shift commander had some administrative duties, but also had some road patrol duties.
Yes, sir.
Collection of evidence was not typically a duty of the road patrol division.
Yes, it is.
That is, some members of the road patrol division may be trained in the collection of evidence, correct?
Correct.
Just as some members of the other divisions of the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department may have special training as evidence technicians or in evidence collection.
Correct.
The Sheriff's Department includes as one of its divisions or bureaus, units, if you will, an investigative unit.
Yes, sir. To make it easier, both patrol and investigations are assigned to Operations Division of the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department.
Very well, thank you. But they are separate units within the Operations Division.
Yes, sir.
You had been trained in evidence collection as a technician.
Yes, sir.
That went back to, I think, 1997.
Yes, sir.
That was something for which you volunteered.
Yes.
You were accepted, or someone accepted your offer and you got some special training.
Yes, sir.
One of the people from whom you got that special training is seated right over there, second to my right in the back. True?
Evidence tech training?
Yes.
No, sir.
Didn't get that kind of training from Special Agent Fassbender.
No, I did not.
What training did you get from Special Agent Fassbender? I'm talking about well before November 2005 now.
Well, Special Agent Fassbender was my DAT, which is Defense and Arrest Tactics instructor during the Recruit Academy at Fox Valley Tech.
All right. Having nothing directly to do with evidence collection.
That's correct, sir.
But you went through a recruit academy.
Yes, sir.
As do all police recruits or candidate officers.
Yes, sir.
How long did that academy last?
It was 400 hours when I went through the academy, 10 weeks roughly.
Roughly 10 weeks, full time.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll come back to that a little bit later in a different context. Did you have any training as an evidence technician from Lieutenant James Lenk?
Yes.
He, you know, to be a lieutenant in charge of the detective unit within the Operations Division.
Yes, sir.
Are there more than one lieutenant in a detective unit?
No, sir.
So he's the chief detective, in fact, of Manitowoc County.
Yes, sir.
Within the Sheriff's Department. He was involved in training you as an evidence technician.
I'm not exactly sure how to answer that without elaborating somewhat.
Well, let's start with a yes or a no.
Yes. He has given me training material during the course of my career.
Okay. And has he given you anything more formal than that? In other words, I'm going to let you elaborate here, but we'll do this in a question and answer format.
Lieutenant Lenk personally hasn't trained me on any specific issue. We would have semi-annual or sometimes quarterly meetings of all the evidence techs where Lieutenant Lenk might present some new information, or somebody who had recently gone to training might present some new information. But Lieutenant Lenk never took me one-on-one and trained me in any sort of specific application of being an evidence technician.
But you have sort of in-house, in-service programs,
Yes, sir.
if you will, sharing information on new techniques or new teaching.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes that comes from Lieutenant Lenk.
Yes, sir.
Other times he may simply be involved in overseeing the meeting.
Yes, sir.
You have known Lieutenant Lenk personally. How long?
Since 1996, so 10, 11 years.
Was it 96 that you actually became a sworn officer?
Yes, sir.
And if I understood you, the period as a corrections officer in the Manitowoc County Jail was 92 to 94.
92 to 96.
I'm sorry, then I misunderstood you. You went directly from the jail to the Recruit Academy and then as a sworn officer.
Yes, sir.
It was 1996 then, when you joined the department as a sworn officer, that you met the man who is now Lieutenant Lenk.
Yes, sir.
He, at that time, was also in the road unit or the road patrol unit.
Yes, sir.
You became friendly with Lieutenant Lenk?
Yes.
Let's call him James Lenk and not worry about his rank at any given time, all right? Do you call him Jim?
Yes, I do.
You worked closely with him for several years.
Yes. I have worked with him several times, yes.
He is one of the people on the department to whom you feel personally close?
Well, we don't do anything together socially, but I feel he is an experienced officer, and I have investigative type question. I feel comfortable talking with him about it.
All right. And the time came in 2005 or 2006 when you decided that you aspired to some rank higher than sergeant within the department, true?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
The time came in 2005 or perhaps in 2006, I don't know when, but at some point, certainly before the elections in 2006, you began to aspire to a rank higher than sergeant in your department?
Yes,
You decided to run for sheriff
that's correct.
of Manitowoc County.
That is correct.
Another officer within the department at the same time also was running for sheriff in the same 2006 election.
Yes,
That created a situation in which two officers from the same department were running against each other.
yes.
There was some tension, at least, in that situation.
Are you talking about in 2006, last summer?
Well, whenever the campaign began to heat up.
I don't really think the campaign ever got heated, but I didn't really feel any tension.
Okay, but one of the things you both were interested in doing, and the other gentleman is a man named Robert Herman, correct?
Yes,
The brother of Todd Herman.
yes,
One of the things that you and Robert Herman both did was sort of see who would support you and who might support the other fellow in the race for sheriff.
no,
Weren't interested who was on your side?
no, I wasn't.
Do you know whether Lieutenant Lenk was on your side?
I have no idea how Lieutenant Link voted during the sheriff's campaign. I would hope that he supported me, but it wouldn't change my feeling one iota if he didn't.
I understand that. But how long was it between the time you declared your candidacy publicly and the time of the election?
I thought we had to have our nomination papers filed in May of 2006, and the election was in November of 2006.
Okay, so let's call it 5-6 months roughly. I'm just trying to get a rough time from here, okay? Lieutenant Lenk's working hours, you know, to overlap in part with your own, on the days you are both at work?
Yes,
That is, he would typically work something like an 8 to 5 kind of shift.
I'm not sure what his duty hours are, but somewhere in that time frame.
In other words, in the afternoon, you two would be on duty at the same time.
Yes, sir.
And in all that time, he never approached you and gave you an attaboy or told you he was in his corner, in your corner, or that he couldn't be, nothing.
Judge, I'm going to object as irrelevant. Is this sometime after November of 2005?
It is.
I can't see the relevance then to what happened at the Avery salvage property. I will interpose that objection then.
Mr. Strang?
Well, I'm happy to be heard out of the presence if the court wishes that.
All right. I think what I will do at this time is excuse the jury for a few minutes.
We can excuse the witness as well.
Mr. Colborn, You are excused as well. Mr. Strang?
There isn't a long line of inquiry, Your Honour, but clearly this is relevant to Sergeant Colborn's bias or potential for bias here. Lieutenant Lenk was his partner through several days of searching. Consistently, as the testimony has shown, they were placed together, usually with Detective Remiker as well. Together, they were deposed within 48 hours in Stephen Avery's lawsuit. I expect to elicit testimony that they discussed their depositions. Now, together, it is the two of them who, in Sergeant Colborn's words, had their integrity questioned. Whether these two stood together and had each other's back during a race for a higher office that well could have been affected by the lawsuit that Stephen Avery had filed, by further developments in that lawsuit, I think is directly relevant to this witness credibility and bias.
Mr. Kratz?
We're talking about two different things, Judge. Testimonial bias, which would be today, and is this witness prepared to shade his testimony to the benefit that perhaps of Lieutenant Lenk or somebody like that? Mr. Strang's area of inquiry is appropriate if in fact the court finds that to be relevant. However, what Mr. Strang is really talking about is having each other's back or motive or being in partnership, for lack of a better term, in planting evidence or being involved in criminal behavior and activity, then that only becomes relevant if they had this connection, if they had this friendship or this bond before 2005 in November. So if that is in fact the dual purpose of this, then I would ask Mr. Strang to confine his bias inquiry, at least as it regards Lieutenant Lenk and the election, and to that which might affect his testimony today. It would have no relevance as to what occurred in November of 2005.
How do you propose that be conveyed to the jury? What the purpose of his questioning is?
Well, as asked, then, Judge, it is. It is irrelevant and should be inadmissible. If we direct it more towards testimonial, that is, if he wants to get into, would you do something to help your buddy, Jim Lenk, today in testifying? I think that's appropriate, but that should be made clear. And if we're getting into more than that, that is, as Mr. Strang, using his words, I have your back. If we're talking about back in November of 2005, their previous friendship may, in fact, be relevant and all those kinds of things, but not what happened in the 2006 election.
Let's bring us back to the actual line of questioning, because I don't know that we need to slice the salami that thin. What I'm doing now is simply following up on and exploring his claim that he has no idea whether Jim Lenk supported him or not for sheriff. He hopes he did, but if Mr. Lenk did not vote for him, it wouldn't affect by one iota his view of Mr. Lenk. And I'm following that up, since he's already acknowledged that he thinks well of Mr. Lenk and has worked with him and known him since 1996. I'm also going to ask him when it is that becoming sheriff popped into his head, since presumably that was some day before the day in May 2006 when he had to file his candidacy papers. And that's really, essentially, all the farther I'm going with this.
All right, it seems to me of marginal prohibitive value, but if you're telling me you're almost done, I will let you ask a few more questions and then move on. All right, we can bring the jurors back, and then if the victim witness coordinator is here, we can bring in Mr. Colborn. You may be seated, and Mr. Strang, you may resume your questioning.
Thank you. So the question was, Sergeant Colborn, in the months leading up to this election, are you telling this jury that there wasn't any time when Lieutenant Lenk approached you and told you either that he was in your corner or couldn't support you for sure?
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, what did he tell you about whether he was supporting you?
We did not have, I tried my hardest not to have any discussions about the election at work because I didn't want it to distract from work. Privately, Lieutenant Lenk gave me every indication that he was supporting me.
Privately, you took him to be in your corner.
Yes.
You may want to get just a little bit closer to the mic. The mic is sort of touchy. When was it that you began to think seriously about running for sheriff yourself?
January or February of 2006.
Had the idea occurred to you back in 2005?
I can't really recall specifically. I may have thought about it, but
But at least by January or February 2006, you had a built-in sense that maybe I could do the top job in this department.
yes, sir.
Maybe I could do some things a little bit differently than I see them being done.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I could bring something important to the job of sheriff and serve the citizens of Manitowoc County.
Yes, sir.
By May, that idea had become strong enough to cause you to go through all the steps necessary to declare a candidacy.
Yes, sir.
You had not run for an elected office before.
Actually, yes, I had.
Okay, at a county-wide level.
Yes.
All right. So at least that process you were familiar with and willing to undergo again.
Yes.
Knocking on doors, speaking at Lions Club dinners, that kind of thing.
Yes, sir.
Now, it was, I think, October 13, 2005, in specific, in which your deposition was taken in Mr. Avery's lawsuit.
Yes, sir.
Was this the first time you had ever had your deposition taken?
Yes, sir.
New experience for you.
Yes.
You were not much asked to attend a deposition as you were the recipient of a subpoena to do so?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
That deposition process involved being sworn, same oath you took today, essentially,
Yes, sir.
but in a conference room or library of a lawyer's office.
Yes, sir.
You were questioned by Mr. Avery's lawyers at that deposition.
Yes, sir.
You sat across the table from Mr. Avery himself that day, October 13th, 2005.
I know Mr. Avery was in the room. No, it wasn't like I was directly across from him.
No?
He was down at the end of the table.
Yeah, and I didn't mean directly across, but the two of you shared this conference room and the table,
Yes, sir.
along with other people.
Yes, sir.
Court reporter,
Yes, sir.
various lawyers.
Yes, sir.
Some of the questions concerned a telephone call that you had taken.
Yes.
You understood the call, which today you can place only as 94 and 95.
That's correct, sir.
You understood the call to be coming from someone who was a detective.
Yes, sir.
Detective with the law enforcement agency.
Yes.
In an adjoining or nearby county.
I believe so. Yes, sir.
You don't remember the details today.
No, I don't, sir.
And indeed, on October 13th, 2005, you didn't remember many of the details either.
No, sir.
But the gist of it was, we have got somebody here in custody who we think maybe did an assault in Manitowoc County. That was part of it.
Yes, sir.
And we further think that you may have someone in jail for the assault.
That was the gist of the phone conversation. Yes.
Right. And I understand you don't remember the exact words, but that was the gist.
Yes, sir.
Now, as a corrections officer in the jail, this was not directly your responsibility.
No, sir.
You passed or tried to pass the call to the detective unit,
Yes, sir.
but you understood that you were being told by a law enforcement officer that Manitowoc County may have someone locked up who didn't commit the crime for which he was imprisoned. That much you understood.
Yes, sir.
Was that a matter to shrug off for you?
I didn't shrug it off, sir. I did what the caller asked me to do, connect him to a detective.
I think, actually, you suggested that perhaps the caller should talk to a detective.
No, he specifically asked for a detective.
How he happened to call the jail and get to you, you have no idea.
No, I don't, sir.
Lieutenant Lenk, you were aware, also was deposed, had his deposition taken in this same lawsuit.
Yes, sir.
This was a federal lawsuit.
I don't even know enough about it to know whose jurisdiction it was.
Okay.
I know there was a lawsuit.
All right. Do you know if it was down in Milwaukee?
The deposition? My deposition?
Or the lawsuit? Either one.
My deposition was in the city of Manitowoc. I don't know where the lawsuit. I don't know.
Fair enough. But you did have an opportunity to talk to Lieutenant Lenk about the fact that he too was having his deposition taken.
I don't recall discussing the deposition portion of it with Lieutenant Lenk.
Excuse me, counsel, are you referring to some time before the deposition or after?
I'm referring to the time immediately before the deposition, after you would have gotten your subpoena.
Okay. Yes, I knew that Lieutenant Lenk had a subpoena for the same deposition that I did. Yes.
Okay. And I'm not interested in the contents of your conversation, which probably would be hearsay, but the two of you established that one another had subpoenas for depositions in that lawsuit.
Yes, sir.
And again, without going into the content, shortly after your depositions were taken, the two of you talked about the fact that your depositions had been taken.
Not really. Not beyond the fact of, did you go on the day that you were supposed to? Yes, and that was pretty much it.
Okay, fair enough. Did you have any concern that you would be added as a defendant in that lawsuit?
I don't know if concern is the correct word. I know I expressed that I didn't have any knowledge of the case. I wasn't a Manitowoc resident at the time.
My question, though, was whether you had concern, the thought crossed your mind, that you might be added as a defendant in that civil lawsuit.
Yes, the thought crossed my mind that I might be added as a defendant.
You had never been the defendant in a lawsuit before.
Not that I recall, no.
Do you think you would recall?
I would think, but
This isn't something you were relishing.
no.
How do you think, having been a defendant in Mr. Avery's lawsuit for his wrongful conviction, would have affected your prospects in the race for sheriff?
Objection. Speculation.
Did you consider that?
Just a moment. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you consider the prospect of an effect on your race for sheriff if you were added to that lawsuit?
No, I didn't, sir.
I would like to shift off the lawsuit and talk about your reports, police reports, for a little bit. And I promised you we were going to get back to the Recruit Academy, and we will. Reports are something that police officers, and by that I mean broadly sheriff's deputies, municipal police officers, special agents of the Division of Criminal Investigation, just law enforcement officers generally. All right? Reports are something that is common to the work of policemen.
Is that a question?
It is.
Yes, reports are common to policing.
That is one of the things you learn to do in the Recruit Academy, was to prepare a report.
That's correct, sir.
It is a regular routine in policing to prepare reports of your activities as they bear on a criminal investigation.
Yes, sir.
You were taught in the academy the basics of how to prepare such a report?
Yes, sir.
Reports have several purposes, I guess. One would be to assure accurate collection of facts. That would be one purpose of a police report.
Yes, sir.
Another purpose would be to set down on paper your memories before they begin to fade.
Yes, sir.
A third purpose would be to allow others in the department to benefit from knowing what facts you had learned or steps you had taken in an investigation.
That I don't know. Sometimes reports are confidential and no other officers view them.
Sometimes, but let's expand on that. In any sort of a larger jurisdiction, let's use Manitowoc County, the Sheriff's Department, policing is a 24-hour-a-day business.
Yes, sir.
365 days a year.
Yes, sir.
That is, there may be very small towns that have only a part-time police officer, constable, police department, correct?
Yes, sir.
But with the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, it's around the clock, 24/7, 365 days a year.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, no single officer can work 24 hours, 7 days a week, so you divide the day into shifts.
That's correct, sir.
A criminal investigation that happens to begin on one shift may be carried over on another.
Yes, that's possible.
Officers who actually don't work the same shift may be working on the same investigation.
Yes, sir.
Witnesses may have to be interviewed and their working hours may require officers to work on the late shift or the overnight shift to conduct the interviews.
Correct.
So, by preparing reports, officers on one shift can share their information with officers on the other shifts.
Absolutely.
And in this sense, there is a collective benefit that allows the department to continue its criminal investigative duties around the clock.
Yes, sir.
Yet another purpose of police reports is to report upward to supervisors what it is you are doing.
Yes, sir.
Reports typically are reviewed by supervisors
Yes, they are.
for accuracy,
Yes.
for thoroughness,
Yes.
for completeness.
Yes.
Preparing reports is something that a thorough police officer does.
Yes.
Preparing reports is something that a police officer should do in a timely fashion, true?
Yes.
Because, again, one of the first purposes is to get the facts down on paper accurately while they are fresh in your mind.
Yes, sir.
And preparing reports in a timely and thorough way is something that a police officer does, isn't it?
I would imagine, yes, sir.
That is, you want the report to be objective,
Yes.
accurate in the sense of fair and factually correct,
Yes.
not tilted or biased in any fashion.
Correct.
The idea is to lay out the facts and see where they lead.
Yes, sir.
You prepare reports then as they go up the stream for a supervisor's review. The supervisor typically will sign off or indicate approval in some fashion,
Yes, sir.
or may send the report back for further work.
Yes, sir.
You are a supervisor yourself in the road patrol unit.
Yes, sir.
You fill this function. That's one of your administrative duties, is to review reports prepared by deputies under you in the road patrol unit.
Yes, sir.
You encourage them to file timely reports,
Yes.
thorough reports,
Yes.
and fair reports.
Yes, sir.
The reports, after now 10, going on 11 years as a sworn law enforcement officer, then sometimes will go further to a prosecutor.
Yes, sir.
Prosecutors rely on those police reports in making charging decisions.
Yes, sir.
If they elect to charge a case, as well in your criminal justice system, that the reports then go to the defence once a case has been charged in court.
Yes, sir.
The defence lawyers then rely on the thoroughness of those reports,
Yes, sir.
the accuracy of those reports,
Yes, sir.
the timeliness of those reports.
Yes, sir.
And at a very practical level, if later you, as the officer involved in some activity, have forgotten exactly what's happened, you can turn back to your report.
Yes.
Use it to refresh your recollection.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes use the report of other officers to refresh your recollection,
Yes, sir.
which again is you relying on the accuracy and the thoroughness and the timeliness of reports by other officers.
Yes, sir.
And if you were to change your explanation of what happened, either the prosecution or the defence might use the report to show that you had said something different in the report.
Yes, sir.
If you don't prepare a report, then you haven't committed anything to paper, correct?
Correct.
And someone who doesn't commit anything to paper then can't be pinned down on the details as would someone who had put the details on paper.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense.
Makes sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's go to this investigation, the activities concerning this investigation. Are you with me?
Yes, sir.
November 3, 2005, when you learned from Mr. Uyghur that Teresa Holbeck was missing, was just about exactly to the day 3 weeks after your deposition in Stephen Avery's lawsuit.
Yes, sir.
You were the shift commander that day, as we have established.
Yes, sir.
You learned about Miss Holbeck being missing about what time?
Oh, somewhere between 6:30 and 7:30.
You were scheduled to get off shift at 8,
Yes, sir.
nearing the end of your day.
Yes, sir.
As shift commander, you could have assigned anyone in road patrol to go out to the address on Avery Road.
Yes.
You chose to do it yourself.
Yes.
Did you go alone?
Yes, I did.
At that time, all you knew is that this address on Avery Road was one of the appointments that Miss Holbeck evidently had the day she was last seen by family or friends.
Yes, sir.
You happened to meet Steve Avery, or not meet him for the first time, but run into him, so to speak, when you went out there that evening.
Yes, sir.
You talked with him.
Yeah, I did.
He was very cordial.
Yes, he was.
And as you followed through, you saw events unfold. Eventually, it was Stephen Avery who was charged with killing Teresa Holbeck.
Yes, sir.
That came a week, roughly, after your first conversation with him on Thursday, November 3rd.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Avery then was charged with the most serious crime someone can commit in this state.
Yes, sir.
When, sir, did you first make a written report of anything having to do with the November 3rd, 2005 meeting with Mr. Avery?
June of 06, I believe.
Does June 29th, 2006 sound correct?
Yes.
A few days short of the 4th of July.
Yes, sir.
Not quite 8 months after the conversation with Mr. Avery.
Yes, sir.
Was that a timely report?
I wasn't even aware that Manitowoc County had our own report. I didn't find out about it till then.
You were aware that Manitowoc County Sheriff's deputies had played a substantial role at the Avery property for a week, from November 5 to November 12.
Yes.
You saw literally dozens of fellow officers from the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department during that week.
Yes.
And your testimony today is that you aren't aware that any of them ever wrote any reports.
No, I wasn't. I knew Calumet County Sheriff's Department was handling the report portion of it.
And somebody finally suggested to you in June More than 7 months later. Then maybe you ought to write a report about that first interview with Stephen Avery.
They informed me that there was indeed a report and that I should make an entry on it. Yes.
You made an entry on it.
Yes, I did.
And that entry was all about a page.
I guess it was a few paragraphs. I don't know how many.
Did you happen to notice when you were with Mr. Avery on November 3rd a big, fresh gash or cut on his right middle finger?
No, I didn't notice that.
Didn't notice him bleeding?
No, sir, I didn't.
Or notice anything that looked like it had been recently bleeding or recently a fresh open cut?
No, sir, I didn't notice any injury.
That's why there is no mention of such an injury in your report, true?
Correct.
What time does the court wish to take the afternoon break? For my purposes, Your Honour.
We'll go another 10 minutes.
Thank you. Now, did I understand you correctly in your testimony earlier today, Sergeant Colborn, that today you remember what it is you were doing on your day off, Friday, November 4th, 2005, the day after you first talked to Stephen Avery?
Yes.
We were talking about timely and thorough and accurate reports before, and I wonder if you recall, a little over a month ago, not quite 6 weeks ago, in fact, January 11th, 2007, being interviewed by Investigator Steer of the Calumet County Sheriff's Department. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you knew that Investigator Steer was investigating you in connection with this case?
Yes.
You know, as a law enforcement officer, that it's important, if one speaks to another, to a police officer, to give accurate information to the officer.
Yes, sir.
You know, in fact, that it's a crime in the state of Wisconsin intentionally to give false information to a police officer.
Yes, sir.
And on January 11th, 2007, you recall Investigator Steer asking if you could recall what you had done on Friday, November 4th, 2005, your day off. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes.
And what you told him was that you could not recall what you had done on your day off. That's what you told Investigator Steer.
Yes. At the precise second that he asked me, I could not recall everything that I had done on that day off.
You recalled later.
Yes.
And when, sir, did you call up Investigator Steer and say, I'm sorry, I was wrong? I now remember what I did on my day off, Friday, November 4th, 2005.
I didn't call Investigator Steer.
One of the things the road patrol officers under your supervision frequently do is look for cars that appear out of place.
Yes, sir.
Or if they made a traffic stop, they will inquire about the license plates or the registration plates on an automobile.
Yes, sir.
And they will call into dispatch and give the dispatcher the license plate number of a car they have stopped or a car that looks out of place for some reason, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the dispatcher, very quickly these days, with his or her computer screen, can get information about who to whom a license plate is registered.
Yes, sir.
Also, the dispatcher can give you, right over the phone or the radio, the information about what car the license plate is registered to.
Yes, sir.
This is useful so that you know who you may be approaching if there's a driver of the car that stopped.
Yes, sir.
It's also useful to know whether the license plate appears to be on the car for which it is registered.
Yes, sir.
If the car is abandoned or there's nobody in the car, the registration tells you who the owner presumably is.
Yes, sir.
Are you the only Andy, to your knowledge, in the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department?
The only officer with the first name Andy?
Yes.
No, I'm not.
All right. I'm going to ask you to listen, if you would, to a short phone call. And I will ask you first if you are the Andy speaking. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Judge, before counsel does this, could we have it identified as to the date and time?
Absolutely. I will do the best I can. In fact, I should mark it. This is a CD-ROM that we obtained from or a copy of the CD-ROM that we obtained from the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, Exhibit 212, Counsel. Thank you. For Council's benefit, this will be track 3. All I'm told by the Sheriff's Department is that these are calls between November 3rd and November 12, 2005.
Judge, we don't know when. What he is about to play them is within a 9-day period?
If the witness made the call, I'm going to ask him when he made the call.
All right, go ahead.
Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, this is Lynn.
Lynn,
Hi, Andy.
can you run Sam William Henry 582? See if it comes back to that.
Sam William Henry 582.
Let me just stop it right there. In fact, I'm going to go back because it was so soft at the beginning.
Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, this is Lynn.
Lynn,
Hi, Andy.
can you run?
Is that you?
Sounds like me. I believe it's me.
Okay, I'll...
Sam William Henry 582. See if it comes back. Lynn,
Hi, Andy.
can you run Sam William Henry 582? See if it comes back to that.
Sam William Henry 582. I need telephone, please. Alrighty. Do you speak any Spanish there, Andy? I'm just going to call on the top of the list. It's mine on call, didn't call me back. And when I get in trouble, Andy, I get in trouble. You know? What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
My favorite one is in the city of Manitowoc. Yes. Okay, it shows that she's a missing person, and it lists to Teresa Hallback.
Okay.
Okay, that's what you're looking for, Andy?
99 Toyota.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome. Bye-bye.
Okay, that's the entire call. Hangs up. That's your voice?
Yes, I believe that's my voice. Yes.
When did you make that phone call inquiring about a license plate?
I don't know.
Do you have any recollection of making that phone call?
Well, it would have had to have been 11-305, or I'm guessing 11-305.
Okay, but let's establish this first. Do you remember making the call?
Not really, no.
What you're asking a dispatcher, whose name is Lynn, is to run a plate that's Sam William Henry 582. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Sam William Henry is a phonetic code that law enforcement officers use because sometimes it's hard to tell just a letter over radio.
Yes, sir.
Sam William Henry would be SWH 582.
Yes.
This license plate,
Yes, sir.
I'm showing for the benefit of the record, this is either Exhibit 152 or 153.
It's on the plate itself.
This one happens to be 153. And the dispatcher tells you that the plate comes back to a missing person or woman.
Yes, sir.
Teresa Hallback mispronounces the last name, but you recognise the name.
Yes, sir.
And then you tell the dispatcher, 99 Toyota.
No, I thought she told me that.
Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, this is Lynn.
Lynn,
Hi, Andy.
can you run Sam William Henry 582? See if it comes back to that.
Sam William Henry 582. I need telephone, please. Alrighty. Do you speak any Spanish there, Andy? I'm just going to call on the top of the list. It's mine on call, didn't call me back. And when I get in trouble, Andy, I get in trouble. You know? What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
My favorite one is in the city of Manitowoc. is. Okay, it shows that she's a missing person, and it lists to Teresa Hallback.
Okay.
Okay, that's what you're looking for, Andy?
99 Toyota.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're so welcome. Bye-bye.
Actually, you who suggests this is a 99 Toyota,
I asked if it was a 99 Toyota. Yes.
and the dispatcher confirmed that.
Yes.
Were you looking at these plates when you called them in?
No, sir.
And your best guess is that you called them in on November 3rd, 2005?
Yes, probably after I received a phone call from Investigator Wiegert letting me know that there was a missing person.
Investigator Uyghur, did he give you the license plate number for Teresa Hallback when he called you?
I don't remember the entire content of our conversation, but obviously he must have, because I was asking the dispatcher to run the plate for me.
Did you not trust that Investigator Uyghur got the number right?
I don't, that's just the way I would have done it. It's not a trust or distrust issue.
I'm about to move to a different area, Your Honour.
Alright, we'll take our afternoon break at this time. Members of the jury do not discuss the case during the break, and we'll resume in about 15 minutes. Counsel, you should report back a little before 3.
Thank you.
Mr. Strang, you may resume your cross-examination.
So as you sit here today, Sergeant Colborn, you don't recall whether Investigator Uyghur gave you Miss Hallback's telephone number when he called you that Thursday evening?
He never asked me anything about a telephone number.
But you think he must have given you her license plate number? Did I say telephone number?
Yes, you did.
I'm sorry. I apologise. What I meant is, you don't recall, as you sit here today, whether Mr. Uyghur gave you Teresa Hallback's license plate number when he called you on November 3rd.
No, I just don't remember the exact content of the conversation then.
But
He had to have given it to me because I wouldn't have had the number any other way.
well, and you can understand how someone listening to that might think that you were calling in a license plate that you were looking at on the back end of a 1999 Toyota. From listening to that tape, you can understand why someone might think that, can't you?
It's a conclusion, Judge. He's conveying the problems to the jury.
I agree. The objection is sustained.
This call sounded like hundreds of other license plate or registration checks you have done through dispatch before.
Yes.
But there's no way you should have been looking at Teresa Hallback's license plate. It's on November 3rd, on the back end of a 1999 Toyota.
Asked an answer, Your Honor. He already said he didn't and was not looking at the license plate.
Sustained.
There's no way you should have been, is there?
I shouldn't have been, and I was not looking at the license plate.
Because you are aware now that the first time that Toyota was reported found was 2 days later, on November 5th.
Yes, sir.
You were aware that it was found without its license plates.
Yes, sir.
You are aware that the license plates weren't reported found until November 8th, 2005.
Yes, sir.
Now, you spent a good bit of your time, your working hours at least, between November 5 and November 9 at the Avery salvage property.
Yes, sir.
You were asked on direct examination if you remembered when you first arrived on Saturday, November 5, at that property. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And if I heard you correctly, which you said is you thought somewhere between 5 and 5:15.
That's what I thought, yes.
Is that your recollection as you sit here now?
Yes.
Okay. Now that's a question that you have been asked at a prior hearing in this case, correct?
Yes.
Back on August 2006, you testified at a hearing.
Yes.
Page 42, counsel. And on August 9th, 2006, you were asked the following question and gave this answer. Okay, moving on to Saturday, November 5th, can you tell me what time you arrived at the Avery property? And your answer was, answer, sometime between 6 and 6:30 in the evening. And I will show you the transcript. Is that the question you were asked and the answer you gave on August 9?
Yes, it is.
Now, since then, you have had a chance to get prepared to testify for this trial.
Yes, sir.
One of the things you have had the benefit of doing is sitting down with the gentleman to my right at the prosecution table.
Yes, sir.
And they ran through some of the areas they expected to cover with you in your testimony.
Yes, sir.
You did not have the benefit of doing that on or shortly before August 9th, 2006?
Yes, I did. Actually, we did it on 6/29/06, the date you previously mentioned.
Okay, 5 or 6 weeks earlier.
Yes, sir.
Specifically, have you had a chance, though, since August 9th, to look at the log sheet for November 5th, 2005 at the Avery property?
I have not.
How is it that your memory improved or changed and that you now think it was between 5 and 5:15 that you arrived, not 6 or 6:30?
I don't know. I did review my time cards for that day, for that pay period, and I saw what time I went on duty. So when I answered Mr. Kratz's question, I didn't think it would have taken me from 6 or 6:30 to get there.
Okay, so it's not much that you actually remember now. It's just that you have spent some time trying to reconstruct time from your house and when you got the call and what your time records show.
Yes.
Okay. And we have got Exhibit 142 in evidence, and I would say today you did pretty well. I will show you Exhibit 142. I have got it open to the page where I think you'll find yourself signing in. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
5:12 p.m. That would be the sign-in out by the command post, true?
I don't know. I have never seen this form before today. That's what it looks like.
Well, the question really is, where do you remember logging in?
I thought we logged in out by Avery Road and 147, but if you say it's by the command post, that could be.
No, I wasn't there. Avery Road and 147, in other words, even farther out from the command post.
Yes, sir.
To get anywhere near the property, you had to log in.
Yes, sir.
All right, 5:12, you log in.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall now whether Lieutenant James Lenk was there when you arrived on November 5th?
I don't know if he was there or came later. I don't know.
Okay. And you do know that you logged out without him and with Detective Remiker that evening. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And indeed, we can see that if you flip forward a couple, 3 pages, can you find where you have logged out on Exhibit 142?
Yes, sir.
The 3 of you, Lenk, Colborn, Remiker, log out another 10:41 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were, as I say, spending most of your working hours out there, somewhere on the Avery property from November 5 through at least November 9.
Yes, sir.
You, as you told us already, you went into Stephen Avery's trailer a number of different times during those several days.
Yes, sir.
You said on direct examination that, at least initially, you still viewed this case as a missing persons case.
Yes, sir.
You also knew that by the time you entered Mr. Avery's trailer at 7:30 on Saturday, November 5, you were doing so with a search warrant.
Yes.
A search warrant in which a fellow law enforcement officer had sworn that you were looking for evidence of murder, among other things.
I didn't know what the content of the search warrant was or how they obtained it.
Search warrants, though, you do know, are used in criminal investigations.
Yes, sir.
Not in missing person investigations.
I can't really answer that. I could imagine the court would give a search warrant for a missing person if we could prove probable cause that that missing person was at a certain spot.
Isn't a search warrant ordinarily used
Yes, it is.
when there is probable cause to believe you will find evidence of a crime?
Yes, it is.
All right. And you were looking for evidence of a crime beginning on the evening of November 5, true?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things you do as an evidence technician is you wear latex gloves, just like those that Mr. Wiegert had on earlier when you searched someone's home or garage or whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
You wear those. Everybody involved, every law enforcement officer involved in the search wears them.
Yes, sir.
That way you can't leave your own fingerprints at the scene or in evidence.
Yes, sir.
And in theory, you shouldn't be leaving your own DNA on the scene or on evidence.
Correct, sir.
So you're in the house on November 5, November 6, November 7, November 8, true?
Yes, sir.
And finally, on November 8, Mr. Kratz asked you, were you doing a thorough search of the master bedroom of Mr. Avery's trailer? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, that thorough search had you working on the bookcase and on the desk.
Yes, sir.
You described yourself as being, I think you said, none too gentle
That's true.
with the bookcase, and explained I wasn't any too gentle as we were getting exasperated.
Yes, sir.
What was exasperating you about the bookcase or that bedroom on November 8th, 2005?
The content of the material that we were collecting.
So you felt exasperated and that caused you to take it out on the bookcase?
Didn't exactly take it out on the bookcase. It just caused us to not be gentle in the handling of the material.
You were back in again on November 9. I don't know that you covered that on direct, but you actually were back into Mr. Avery's trailer briefly on November 9 to look for a garage door opener.
Yes, sir.
That was also with Lieutenant Lenk, correct?
And a Calumet County deputy. Yes, sir.
Named Wendling, Deputy Wendling.
Yes, sir.
From Calumet County. There was no time that you went in Mr. Avery's home during November of 2005 when you were not also with Lieutenant Lenk?
Not that I recall.
No time you went into Mr. Avery's garage when Lieutenant Lenk was not also with you?
Not that I recall. No, sir.
This case you would describe as the largest investigation in which you personally had participated as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
Some of the lengthiest searches, if we take November 5 through November 9 as a whole, in which you have participated.
Yes, sir.
Led to very serious charges against Mr. Avery.
Yes, sir.
You now know that the law enforcement agencies involved, principally Calumet County Sheriff's Department and the Division of Criminal Investigation, have generated hundreds or thousands of pages of police reports?
Yes, sir.
Your total contribution to these reports is what? A little bit under half a page as of November 8th, 2005.
That's correct, sir.
And then about another page as of June 29th, 2006.
Correct.
The report that you filed on or shortly after November 8th, 2005 makes no mention of the Toyota key.
That's correct, sir.
Would you like to see it?
No, I believe you.
In fact, the only thing you discuss in your report is that on November 8th, 2005, you were using these cotton swabs, about which we have all heard a lot, and distilled water to collect some blood spots in the bathroom and laundry room of Mr. Avery's trailer.
Yes, sir.
Were these things that you did not want to commit to paper in a report?
No, sir.
And it all began, I guess, your involvement in this investigation began that Thursday night, November 3rd, 2005.
Yes, sir.
And that's the report that we established you wrote more than 7, nearly 8 months later.
Yes, sir.
That is, it was almost 8 months after that conversation with Stephen Avery, the first conversation with him in this investigation, that you wrote down what you say he said to you back on November 3rd.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any rough notes, notepad, anything to work off when you wrote that report in the heat of June 2006?
No, I did not, sir.
Well, about 8 months, but then again, while we're on Stephen Avery and your reports about him, that phone call, the phone call you took way back in 1994 or 1995 when you were working in the jail, the phone call where a detective from another law enforcement agency told you you may have the wrong guy in jail, that one.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever write a report about that?
No, sir.
Well, actually, you did, didn't you? It was about 8 years later, wasn't it?
I wrote a statement on it. Yes, sir.
You wrote a statement after Sheriff Peterson suggested that maybe you should.
Yes, sir.
You wrote that statement in 2003 about the 1994 or 1995 telephone call.
Yes.
You wrote that statement in 2003, the day after Stephen Avery finally walked out of prison, didn't you?
I don't know what day Steve was released from prison, but I wrote that statement in 2003.
September 12th, 2003, sound right?
I said I don't know the date that I wrote the statement, but I know it was in 2003.
Well, I think I do know the date you wrote it, and I am happy to show it to you. I will mark it for identification. What do you know is Exhibit 213?
That's the statement I wrote after speaking with Sheriff Peterson.
What's the date of your statement?
September 12, 2003.
Do you remember that now was the day after Stephen Avery finally walked out a free man?
Sir, I already said I didn't know what day he got released.
That's all I have.
Mr. Kratz?
I do have an issue outside the presence of the jury, Judge. I ask that I be able to be heard.
All right. At this time, we'll excuse the jurors for a few minutes.
I think the witness should be excused as well.
All right, Mr. Colborn, you may step outside. Mr. Kratz.
Thank you, Judge. As this court may know, this was a cross-examination which was much anticipated. It was the subject of a great deal of pretrial litigation. It was the point in the trial where the defense had represented to this court in something that's called an offer of proof, which is a lawyer's obligation, at least as this court presented it to the defense, to tell the court what the defense intended to show at trial. When submitting the defense theory of the case in response to the state's motion to exclude evidence of blood vial, of planting evidence, the defense, in their offer of proof, told this court, promised this court, that the defense would, with evidence, would show that this witness, Mr. Colborn, or the next witness, Mr. Lenk, somehow obtained a vial of blood from the clerk of court's office in Manitowoc County and planted that evidence, or planted that blood in Teresa Havach's SUV. Now, we have heard Mr. Strang's opening statement where planted evidence has been alluded to. We've heard cross-examination of other law enforcement witnesses, by Mr. Buting specifically, where he asked whether those officers expected that their superiors would be planting evidence in this case. But now, when it would logically come up in trial, now when evidence would logically be presented, or when the very witness in the defense offer of proof comes before this court and is able to be asked regarding sneaking into the clerk's office or stealing a vial of blood or planting evidence, we hear nothing. And despite the contamination by the defense throughout the entire jury selection process, which this court, I think, can take judicial notice of, you heard all the questioning about the vial of blood in the clerk's office in jury selection. You heard the contamination in press releases. You heard the contamination in opening statements. Now, for the first time, when evidence should be placed into the record, or at least placed into this particular case, we hear nothing. And so, Judge, I'm asking for alternative direction or rulings from the court. First, if the defense is abandoning their planting evidence theory, the state needs to know that, and we need to know that now, because there shouldn't be any more questions of, are you friends with Mr. Lenk, or any questions or any other witnesses about a planting or about blood vials, if they intend not to honor their offer of proof. If the defense now intends not to, as they told this court in response to the state's motion to exclude this very evidence, that they would prove that evidence from the clerk's office by way of vial of blood would be brought into this case. If they do, in fact, that is, if the defense does in fact intend to abandon that defense, then I will be asking for curative instructions of this jury at this time. That's up to this point in the trial. They should disregard Mr. Strang's opening statement when he talked about further evidence of planting evidence of any other witnesses that have been asked about planting evidence, or any reference at all to blood vial type evidence. If in fact I'm mistaken, if I am jumping the gun, if you will, if this is all going to be Lieutenant Lenk now rather than Sergeant Colborn, then I am happy to be the first one to stand corrected. But if this defense is going to be abandoned before I redirect this particular witness, the state is entitled to that ruling, and we're entitled to that information.
Mr. Strang?
I will stand on the written materials we tendered to the court and filed with respect to a proffer of evidence and reasonable inferences from evidence as to the blood vial. I will stand on the transcript that our capable court reporter has made of my opening statement and simply note that, while he means no inaccuracy and he is simply trying to give the court a summary, Mr. Kratz's description of our written materials and my opening statement are not exactly correct, and I will simply stand on them rather than characterise them. Second, just by the by, we haven't gotten to the defence case in chief yet at all. We're in the prosecution case in chief. So all of this, at some level, would be wildly premature. But beyond that, to confront it most directly, I'm idealistic. I'm certainly naive at times. I am not so naive to think that someone who may have planted blood evidence, who may have been involved in planting a key, would come into this courtroom and simply, because asked under oath, did you do it, say, oh, yes, I did it. We are not going to have a Perry Mason moment here. We will at some point have to establish the existence of the blood vial in the clerk's office and its state of being there, so to speak, and that could be done in the defence case in chief. It could be done on cross-examination in the state's case in chief if the opportunity should present itself with an appropriate witness. But I do not expect anyone, Lieutenant Lenk, Sergeant Colborn, anyone else, to make an admission that you would see in the Perry Mason show on the witness stand. And the suggestion that we should be held to get in one from such a witness is preposterous. This jury will be asked in the end by both sides to rely on reasonable inferences and common sense and on all of the evidence. So I don't think there's any relief to be granted at the moment, and there's no point in discussing now what reasonable inferences may be available at this point, since neither the jury nor the parties know what the whole of the evidence will be when the evidence is closed.
Mr. Kratz, anything else?
I'm sure, Judge, just one moment, if I could. I appreciate Mr. Strang's response, Judge. And when Mr. Strang, and I believe I wrote those words down correctly, we will establish the blood vial in the clerk's office, perhaps not through these witnesses, but it is what I have heard that they are not abandoning that defense. That was my concern, because there's nothing that requires Mr. Strang or Mr. Buting to keep planting these little nuggets, if you will. And then when the defense part comes, from them saying defense rests or saying now we have abandoned it, when there is further contamination of the jury, that's our concern, Judge. We're able to meet this defense, and we intend to meet this defense. But we have to do that in good faith reliance upon pretrial rulings of this court, by pretrial representations by the defense as to where this trial is going, so that we don't interrupt the flow of this case. I don't want to object every time I hear the word planting. I don't want to object every time I hear the word, are you friends with Lieutenant Lenk, or anything that might go down the road. In fact, the defense intends to, as their offer of proof, indicates to prove that up at some point, or to embrace that as one of their defenses. And I know that's a clumsy term, and with my apology to Mr. Strang, but I still believe that we're entitled to know that. We're entitled at some point, before there is further contamination, if in fact this defense is going to be abandoned at some point, the state is entitled to know that. That was my point in putting it on the record at this very moment, before I proceed with my redirect examination.
I don't know that the defence disagrees that if they should abandon the defence that you would be entitled to some notice, but I don't understand the defence to be saying that they are abandoning that defence.
The court is right on both counts. And this is, I would like to know too whether the state is abandoning the false imprisonment charge. But until we at least get to the point where the state rests its case in chief, that's all premature. And I understand Mr. Kratz's concerns. I don't know that if we're abandoning any defence that I would have done the same cross-examination, or for that matter, that Mr. Colborn would have been called on direct at all.
What I would, just as a final point, Judge, I would ask then that before the state rests, before the state concludes its part of the case, that we be allowed a hearing, that we be allowed an opportunity on an admissibility hearing, or to meet what at least has been presented to this point. We have heard about vials of blood. We have heard, the jury has at least heard, substantially during the voir dire process, about a vial of blood in the clerk's office. We don't have, obviously, any results from the FBI at this particular point yet. But if and when we do get those, I know that there is some disagreement as to what's rebuttal evidence and can rebuttal or reply evidence, but put in even in the state's case in chief. Because if the defense technically wouldn't call one single witness, and the state relied upon the defense representation that they intended to put this in, and the defense changed their mind, we would be precluded from meeting the challenges, or at least meeting the assertions that have been made up to this point. So, perhaps, more by way of prediction between now and the close of the state's case, we will be asking for a hearing on this very issue. I don't intend to have this conversation again. Mr. Strang is right. We'll wait to see how the case plays out. But prior to the state being precluded from meeting this defense, or at least from presenting evidence relevant to this particular topic, and before the state rests, we will be asking for a more extensive opportunity to be heard, even if it's just in writing, Judge. We will submit something, but we will need some kind of ruling before the state does rest its case.
All right. If I'm reading your comments correctly, you're not asking the court to do anything at this point in time, but you are indicating that you may be asking for relief of some kind at the close of or before the close of the state's case, pending whatever action the defense takes between now and then.
This was the earliest opportunity, and in fact, the first obvious opportunity to have heard that kind of evidence. Since I didn't hear it, I'm putting the court and defense on notice of our position.
Mr. Strang.
Fair enough. And I think I should, in the spirit of the disclosure that Mr. Kratz has struck, join in part of what he said. I mean, clearly, because about half, I think, of the blood vial sample has been sent off to the FBI for testing, and we expect testing is ongoing. Clearly, there will have to be a hearing. Mr. Kratz may have one type of hearing in mind. We have another. Certainly a Wolstead hearing, and there are a variety of other issues that may arise with the FBI testing. We are no closer to being able to conduct any independent testing or to have an expert to meet and assess the FBI's testing than we were when we first addressed this issue. We have received a protocol from the FBI, thanks to Mr. Garn for that. We got that, I don't know, at the end of last week, I think. And we'll be filing a motion addressing, in writing, the issues that this testing and the denial of defence opportunity for independent testing, or even for a reasonable chance to find an expert to meet and help us assess, possibly contradict the FBI test results. It raises a whole field of fair trial and due process issues here. I will address those in writing. I hope to file that before the end of this week. I expect the state would want a chance to respond in writing, and whatever I see as heading is the court needing to schedule, conceivably. I mean, on Wednesday, gets FBI results and what they are. The court needing to set a fair amount of time aside to address the whole cluster of issues surrounding that FBI testing.
All right. Anything else before we bring the jury back in and allow the state to redirect?
No. And Mr. Strang's comments are certainly well stated, and we actually join that, Judge. We will need a day, and whether it's going to be on a weekend or whether the court is going to allow a day or the better part of a day, that the jury gets a probably much-needed day off. We'll need to schedule that within the trial, but I am prepared with my redirect at this time, Judge.
Very well. We can bring the witness back in and the jurors. You may be seated. Mr. Kratz, at this time you may begin your redirect.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Colborn, just a very few follow-up questions. Mr. Strang asked you if you had written a report about that telephone call that you had sometime in 1994 or 95. Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember your response?
My response was no, that I did not write a report about it.
As you look back in 1994 or 95, if you would have written a report, what would it have been about?
That is why I didn't do one. I don't know what it would have been about. That I received a call and transferred it to the detective division. If I wrote a report about every call that came in, I would spend my whole day writing reports.
Did this person ever identify the individual that they were talking about?
No, sir. There were no names given.
Let me ask you this. As you sit here today, Sergeant Colborn, do you even know whether that call was about Mr. Stephen Avery?
No, I don't.
Mr. Strang also played a telephone call for you, a call to the dispatch center, wherein you asked to verify a license plate. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if you made that inquiry of the dispatch center before or after you went to the Avery property on the 3rd of November?
I did not. No, sir. I would think. I don't know.
Mr. Strang asked whether or not it was common for you to check up on other agencies, or perhaps I'm misphrasing that, but when you are assisting another agency, do you commonly verify information that's provided by another agency?
All the time. I'm just trying to get, a lot of times when you're driving a car, you can't stop and take notes. So I'm trying to get things in my head. And by calling the dispatch center and running that plate again, it got into my head who that vehicle belonged to and what type of vehicle that plate is associated with.
All right. Mr. Strang also asked you about an interview that you had with an investigator, Steyer, from the Calumet County Sheriff's Department sometime in January of this year. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Strang asked you if, when Investigator Steyer asked if you were able to, at that time, back in January, to recreate your day, if you will, on your day off on the 4th of November. Is that the substance?
Yes, sir.
And in January, were you able to do that?
No, sir.
Have you since been asked to recreate or to re-examine your comings and goings on the 4th of November?
Yes, sir.
And have you now been able to do that?
Yes, sir.
At any time during the 4th of November, were you anywhere near the Avery salvage property?
No, I was not.
At any time other than what we heard about on the 3rd, were you anywhere near that salvage property?
No, I was not.
Again, before arriving there on the 5th of November, had you gone near or approached anywhere around the Avery salvage property itself?
No, sir, I had not.
That's all the redirect I have of this witness. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Strang?
How many calls have you ever gotten in your law enforcement career from another police officer suggesting you had the wrong guy in jail?
I don't know. I can't recall any others.
That's all I have.
All right, you are excused. Mr. Kratz, the state may call its next witness.
The state would call Lieutenant James Lenk then. Please raise your right hand. Please be seated. Please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
James M. Lenk, L-E-N-K.
Mr. Lenk, how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department.
In what capacity, sir?
I'm a lieutenant of detectives.
What are your duties as lieutenant?
To distribute work amongst the other detectives, to supervise other detectives, also to take cases myself.
So, together with the supervisory responsibility, you have an active caseload. Is that right?
That's correct.
How long have you been a law enforcement officer?
Total of approximately 24 years.
And where did your law enforcement career begin?
At the Detroit Police Department in Detroit, Michigan.
How long were you employed in Detroit?
Oh, just over 4 years.
By the way, what did you do with the Detroit Police Department?
Well, I started out as a patrol officer. I worked undercover vice unit, and I also worked juvenile investigations.
Oh, right. What was the next law enforcement position that you held?
I worked for Michigan Bell Corporate Security, Michigan Bell Telephone.
How long was that?
Approximately 2 to 3 years. I don't recall specifically.
Oh, right. Thereafter, what did you do?
I moved to Wisconsin and applied for the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department.
And were you successful in obtaining that position?
Yes, I was.
When did that start?
It started about December 1988.
Please tell the jury, if you would, what your responsibilities first were with the Manitowoc Sheriff's Department.
When I first got hired on the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department, I worked as a jail officer for a year.
Did you move from that to something else?
Yes, I moved from that to patrol officer.
Ooh, how long were you a patrol officer?
I was a patrol officer for a short period of time, and then I went to the Metro Drug Unit.
How long were you with the drug unit?
Approximately a year and a half.
Could you describe your progression then through the Manitowoc Sheriff's Department?
After the Metro Drug Unit, I became a sergeant, and I was assigned to the jail division. That lasted a couple months. Then I was reassigned to the patrol division as a sergeant.
At some point, did you move out of the patrol status?
Yes, I did.
And did you move into investigations or into the detective bureau?
Yes, I did.
When did that happen? Do you recall?
That was in February 98, I believe.
Oh, right. At some point, Lieutenant Lenk, did you move into a supervisory capacity within the detective bureau?
Yes, I did.
When was that? Do you recall?
That was May of 2003.
Lieutenant Lenk, I'm going to direct your attention to November 3rd of 2005. Ask if you were first employed in the same capacity that you hold now at this time.
Yes, sir.
And as the lieutenant in the detectives bureau, were you made aware of a missing person investigation that Calumet County had begun?
Yep, I sure was.
How were you made aware of that?
Well, I received a phone call from Investigator Wiegert asking for assistance on a missing female.
Is that something you worked on yourself on the 3rd or assigned other officers?
Well, I actually assigned the work to the other officers. I stayed in the headquarters building and did miscellaneous follow-up and paperwork.
You did what? I'm sorry.
Miscellaneous follow-up and paperwork.
Regarding this case or just other work?
This case and other work.
All right. Is there an individual from the detective bureau that you assigned to lead the Manitowoc part of this investigation?
Yep, it would have been Detective Remaker.
And does he have a first name?
Dave.
If you can assist the jury, Lieutenant Lenk, that first day, that is, the first day of the missing persons investigation, the 3rd of November, what was it that your agency, that Manitowoc, was asked to assist with?
We were asked to assist with the missing female, Teresa Hallback, to assist the Calumet County officer that was coming to our county to go to a couple locations. I believe at least one location to see if they could gain information to her possible whereabouts.
As supervisor within the detective bureau, did you speak directly with Detective Remaker regarding those assignments?
Yes, I did.
And were you informed? Were you briefed, I think is the term, by Detective Remaker regarding his findings that day?
Yeah, I believe I was.
Did you have any direct conversation with Calumet County that first day?
Not direct conversation. I talked to Investigator Dietering, who was also the one that came over to our county.
All right. Anything else happen on the 3rd, other than what you have described regarding the Manitwox Limited role that day?
No, sir.
All right. On the 4th, that would be on Friday, the 4th of November, did you personally become involved in the Manitowoc County portion of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury how you became involved?
Well, again, I received a telephone call from Investigator Uyghur requesting that we go out to re-interview Stephen Avery.
And did you proceed to Mr. Avery's property that day?
Yes, I did.
Who did you go with?
Detective Dave Remaker.
Now, Lieutenant Lenk, had you ever been to the Avery salvage yard as of the 4th of November?
No, I had not.
Did you know where you were going on the property?
Nope.
When you got to, or did you proceed to that scene?
Yep.
When you got to the scene, where did you and Detective Remaker go?
Well, we turned to the right on Avery Lane. I guess it is towards Stephen's trailer.
To assist in your testimony, I'm going to show you a much referred to exhibit. It's exhibit number 86. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do, sir.
What is that?
That's the Avery salvage yard.
And when you and Detective Remaker got to this location, tell the jury where you went. There's a laser pointer if you need it, just to your right, if that would assist you.
We came in. It's hard to tell the area here. We came in this road and we turned to the right.
Why did you turn right?
Habit, I guess. Just turn to the right.
All right. Tell the jury where you went, please.
We went down to the almost to the end of the road and we exited the vehicle. Detective Remaker went up to the house trailer to knock on the door with no response. After which, he went to, I believe, the Janda trailer again, knocked on the door, no response. As we were getting ready to leave, there was a golf cart coming down the lane toward us.
And who was on the golf cart?
Stephen Avery and his mother.
Did you have occasion to make contact with both Stephen and his mother at that time?
We talked to Stephen, yeah.
Upon speaking to Mr. Avery, did you and Detective Remaker ask for an opportunity to look in the inside of his trailer?
Yes. Detective Remaker asked permission to look inside his trailer.
And was that done?
Yep, it sure was.
How long did that take?
Oh, about 5 minutes.
Mr. Avery cooperative during that entire process?
Yes, he was.
As you think back to that specific time, Lieutenant Lenk, do you have an independent memory of your sense of whether Mr. Avery may have been involved in Miss Halbach's disappearance?
My memory at that point was that I did not think there was any involvement with Mr. Avery.
So you, Lieutenant James Lenk, the head of the detective bureau, on the 4th of November, didn't even think Steve was involved. Is that what you're telling us?
That's correct.
Let me ask you this, Lieutenant Lenk. With that having been said, did you take any steps from that point forward to either plant evidence or to ensure that Mr. Avery would be falsely accused of that homicide?
No, sir, I definitely did not.
Is that something that you have ever done in your law enforcement career?
No, sir, I have never planted any evidence at any time.
Would you ever do something like that?
No, sir, I would not.
The next day, on Saturday, the 5th of November. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
What were you doing that day, if you recall?
I was with my wife over in Menasha looking for a trailer for camping.
Do you remember getting a call that day?
Yes, sir. I believe it was a page initially.
Did you speak with somebody?
Yep, I did.
Who was that?
Detective Remaker.
After getting the call from Detective Remaker, did that affect your activities that morning?
Yes, sir. We stopped looking for the trailer, and I advised my wife, I have to get back. I have to go to work.
What did you do then?
We left the trailer sales, started to head home. We got to Oneida and 441, and my wife insisted that I get something to eat because she knew I wouldn't eat the rest of the day. So we stopped at Wendy's.
I understand that. Was that your idea?
No, it was not.
But you stopped anyway?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where did you go then?
Well, after we had a quick lunch at Wendy's, I went directly home. And then from home, I went to the department to pick up my vehicle and my supplies.
And when you talk about picking up a vehicle, can you describe that vehicle for us, please?
It's an unmarked police vehicle owned by Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department.
What kind of supplies did you pick up at the sheriff's department?
Old briefcase with various papers in it, radio, that type of thing.
Okay. Where did you go then?
I went from there to Avery Salvage Yard.
And again, that's exhibit number 86. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you sit here today, Lieutenant Lenk. Do you recall about what time you arrived at that scene?
Oh, heck, it was just shortly after 2:05, somewhere in there.
Now, when you got to the scene, the Avery salvage scene, had there been any kind of log-in or check-in procedure put in place yet?
I don't recall a login at that point.
All right.
I just don't recall.
What did you do when you got to the scene?
I met with the officers that were at the scene, some from Manitowoc County, some from Calumet County.
Where did you meet with them?
Right at the beginning of the roadway where the command center would have been set up.
Can you show us on the diagram, or excuse me, the photo?
Would have been right in this area.
Be an area just to the south of what we now know are the business buildings. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
I'm sorry, the north of. When you got there, Lieutenant Lenk, were there other members of your department already on scene?
Oh, yeah, there were.
Do you remember who you met with or who you saw at that time?
Well, I know I talked to the Deputy Inspector Shatter. I'm not real sure who else was there from our department that I talked with. Quite a few officers there.
From a hierarchy standpoint, or who's the boss kind of a standpoint? Is Deputy Inspector Shatter, or was he at the time ahead of you, or on top of you, regarding authority of rank within the department?
Oh, yes, sir, he was.
Do you recall, Lieutenant Lenk, being involved or overhearing discussions regarding who should lead up this investigation?
Well, I believe by the time I got there that they had already decided that Calumet County would lead the investigation.
All right. Were there Calumet County officers on scene?
Yes, sir, I believe there were.
At some point later that afternoon, do you recall other officials arriving at the scene, including myself, with the signed search warrant?
Yes, sir, I do.
After DAs and lead investigators got to the scene, were you asked to perform any duties at that scene?
Yes, sir. We were asked to assist Calumet County.
From Manitowoc County, other than Deputy Inspector Shetter, was there any individual of higher rank than you at the scene?
I'm not sure. You mean from the sheriff's department?
Yes.
No, sir. I don't think so.
All right. Now, looking at exhibit number 86 and remembering back to that first late afternoon, do you remember whether manpower issues were a factor that afternoon?
Yes, sir. They were a factor.
Could you describe that for the jury, please? What does that mean?
Well, that means that there was a very large area. The search warrants were already obtained and there was limited manpower to search that area.
I'm sure most, if not all of those potential or these jurors have not been to a crime scene. Is this a typical crime scene by way of size or scope?
No, sir, it's not.
Can you describe better or explain that for the jury, please?
Well, most crime scenes are a smaller area, either a house or a small yard or a room. This area was immense.
When you arrived, did you appreciate the size or the scope of this effort?
Yeah, I also got a further appreciation for the more I looked around the property.
All right. What did you believe Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department involvement was going to be at that scene?
Our involvement was to be part of the search team, basically extra eyes and hands to do the searching.
Are you familiar with the term evidence tech?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's an individual on the police department or sheriff's department that has had some training in how to gather evidence and package evidence at a crime scene.
You talked about manpower before. Was there an abundance of evidence techs at that scene?
No, sir, there was not.
Are you an evidence tech, or were you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know at that scene what other members of Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department would have similar training or experience as an evidence tech?
Yes, sir. Sergeant Andy Colborn and Detective Dave Remaker.
Now, Lieutenant Lenk, prior to your arrival at the Avery salvage yard on the 5th, had you had previous dealings on or contact with Stephen Avery?
Just the contact on the 4th of November.
Do you recall being one of many individuals involved in what's called a deposition for Mr. Avery?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jury about that process, please?
Well, the process was I received a subpoena to give a deposition in the Avery lawsuit case against Manitowoc County.
Did you respond to that subpoena? Did you provide testimony?
Yes, sir, I did.
And so the jury understands when Mr. Avery was wrongfully convicted back in 1985, were you a member of the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department?
Nope, I was not.
Then, What involvement did you have? In other words, what was your part of the deposition?
The part of the deposition was that I received a statement from Sergeant Colborn in 2003, I believe, September, that he had taken a phone call back in 1997 from another department. I believe he said it was Brown County Sheriff's Department, that they had in custody an individual that had committed an assault in Manitowoc County, and that Manitowoc County had someone in custody for that assault.
And that is all?
That's all.
Ah, did you even receive that call back in the mid-90s?
No, sir, I did not.
So your deposition was that you heard that Andy Colborn got such a call. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I received that information from Andy himself.
Did that lawsuit cause you any personal or professional embarrassment?
No, sir, it did not.
Did that lawsuit create any angst or ill feelings on your part?
No, sir, it did not.
Did the fact of that lawsuit cause you any upset or aggravation or anger?
No, sir, it did not.
Did that lawsuit cause you or compel you to plant any evidence in this case?
No, sir, definitely not.
What did you feel about that lawsuit? Do you remember?
I pretty much didn't care, one way or the other.
All right. How were individuals assigned responsibilities out of that Avery salvage property?
I believe the assignments came through the two officers in charge, Agent Fassbender and Investigator Weger.
Was this a situation where you volunteered for a particular search or an area that you wanted to become involved?
No, sir.
Did you even know when you got your assignments? And we'll be talking about a couple later than that week. But did you know where you were going to be assigned?
No, sir.
Lieutenant Lenk, were you made aware that search teams were being assembled?
Yes, sir.
And was there anything unique about the law enforcement officers that were being selected for those search teams, if you know?
Well, I don't know specifically, other than that they were to have a Calumet officer in charge of the team.
What I'm asking, though, is the other than a Calumet County lead person involved, the others that were chosen to be on that team, did they have any unique or similar quality about them?
Well, yes, sir. They were requesting anyone that had evidence technician experience.
As a supervisor and as a long-time law enforcement officer, do you have an opinion as to why that was being done?
Well, my opinion is they wanted the best people that they could get at the scene to do the searching.
All right. That first night, were you made a part of one of those teams?
Yes, sir.
Who was in charge or who was the lead officer in your search team?
Sergeant Bill Tyson.
Now, you are a lieutenant and he was a sergeant, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
Did you have any concern or problem with taking directional orders from Sergeant Tyson?
No, sir.
Did you believe at that time, or actually throughout this entire investigation, that rank had anything to do with who was calling the shots?
No, sir, I did not.
Tell the jury, if you recall, when that first team was assembled, if there were particular responsibilities that each officer had.
Well, each officer was assigned a certain area of searching. It was done as a team, but each officer was assigned a certain particular area of a room or living room or kitchen or an area that he was responsible for or a team of officers would be responsible for.
All right. Was there direction that your team received about items of evidentiary value and who should take them into custody or who should seize them?
Yes, we were told that all evidence would be collected by Calumet County officers. All reports would be done by Calumet County officers, and basically, we were there just to assist in the searching process.
Let's talk about reports for a minute. Wouldn't it be typical for each individual officer at a scene like this to do their own reports?
Well, normally, yeah.
Are you saying this was different or you were given different directions?
We were given different directions, yes.
The first area that you were involved personally in searching on the 5th was what?
Stephen Avery's trailer.
Can you tell us who the other members of your search team were?
Sergeant Tyson, Sergeant Colborn, and Detective Remaker.
The jury has already heard this a couple of times, so we're not going to go piece by piece, I'm sure, thankfully. But could you just tell us the rooms that were searched by the search team, please?
The rooms that were searched would be the southernmost bedroom, that would be Stephen Avery's bedroom, the hallway, the bathroom that is next to the bedroom. Next to the bathroom area is a second bedroom that was searched. Next to the bath, or the second bedroom, is the living room area, followed by the kitchenette area and the kitchen.
I'm not sure my math is that great, Lieutenant, but how long have you been a police officer? Just total number of years?
Oh, around 24 years.
In 24 years of law enforcement experience, have you been involved in searches of residences and property before?
Oh, yes, I have.
Are there different kinds of searches?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, if a property, a residence, as an example, is to be searched by you or another law enforcement officer, are you familiar with the detail in which some of those searches are performed in?
Well, yes, sir.
Was this first search of the Avery property intended to be a thorough, tear the place apart type search?
No, sir, it was not. It was more of a general search.
All right. I guess that's my question. Maybe tell the jury what you believed a general search was.
At that time, a general search was looking for any obvious signs for the missing Teresa Halbach in that trailer. It's pretty generalized at that point.
Do you know about how long you guys took in that trailer?
I believe it was around 2.5 hours.
All right. During that initial search, did you notice any firearms in Mr. Avery's bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what you saw, please?
There was a gun rack above the bed, above the head of the bed, in the bedroom area. There were 2 firearms in there. I believe one was a .22 and one was a muzzle-loader firearm.
You said that you searched the entire trailer. After that first search was complete of Stephen's trailer, can you tell the jury what you did, please?
After that search was completed, I think we ended for the day.
Was there some meeting or something that occurred before you left?
Yes, there was a meeting at the command center.
What's the purpose of that?
to discuss what had been done and what needs to be done the next day.
Lieutenant Lenk, any time on the 5th of November, did you have any contact with Teresa Harbach's SUV?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you have any contact with her SUV on the 4th of November or the 3rd of November, or in fact any time there before?
No, sir, I did not.
Were you asked to return to the property the next day, the 6th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And can you describe for the jury what your responsibilities were on the 6th, please?
Well, on the 6th, we met at the command center. We were assigned to Deputy Kaharski, and I believe we were to search the garage on Stephen Avery's portion of the property.
Describe the kind of search that was, please.
Again, that was a general search for any indications of Teresa Halbach.
Where did you go after that?
I believe we either went back to the command center or received information from them for the next place to search.
Do you remember how long you were in the garage, roughly?
Oh, maybe hour and a half. I'm not exactly sure.
Now, the question, Lieutenant Lenk, is searching that garage for an hour or an hour and a half. Do you believe that you found or would have found everything of any evidentiary value in that garage?
Well, at that time, we thought we found everything that was of evidentiary value, yes.
All right. Do you remember the interior of that garage as you think back?
Yeah, I do.
Was there a lot of things in that garage?
Yes, sir, it was full of things.
All right. Were you informed, Lieutenant Lenk, of how long, that is, the estimated time that law enforcement was going to keep control of this scene? Did you know what that first day?
No, I didn't know that first day.
Did you know whether you were going to do additional searches of either residences or garages or outbuildings or anything like that?
Well, yeah, we planned on doing additional searches of the buildings.
Let me ask you, Lieutenant Lenk, on the 6th, that is, on that Sunday, did you have occasion to assist the other officers in a search of the defendant's sister's home? That's Barbianda?
Yes, sir.
Could you describe that search generally for us, please?
Well, that was, again, a general search looking for items that might relate to Teresa Halbach.
Do you remember Detective Remaker noticing and investigating an answering machine at that time?
Yes, sir.
Were you asked to return to Stephen Avery's trailer at all?
Yes, sir, I think we were.
And do you remember the scope of that?
I believe we were asked to go back as a team to collect the firearms, a vacuum cleaner, and the bedding, I believe, off the spare bedroom.
Again, who was in charge of seizing and taking control of the evidence on that day?
Calumet County Officer Deputy Kaharski.
I just have two other points, Judge, and then I will recommend that we quit for the day. But let me finish this day, if I may. On the 6th, Lieutenant Lenk, were there other buildings that you were asked to search?
Yes, sir, there were.
What were those buildings?
There was a large business office area building. I believe they called it the office. And we also searched, I believe it was Mr. Chuck Avery's residence.
All right. At the same search team that is headed by Kucharski was involved in those searches as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. I do recommend, Judge, and this may be a good time to break for the day and call this witness tomorrow morning.
Alright, members of the jury, I will remind you again that you are not to discuss the case and make sure you don't watch any news accounts about the case this evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Your Honour,
Yes.
while we still have the jury, I forgot to move in Exhibit 212, Sergeant Colborn. 213 was only marked and need not be moved in.
No objection.
212, you are asking for admission?
Yes.
The court will admit 212. Very well, you are excused for the day. Alright, counsel, we see you tomorrow morning.
8:30?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.